checking the eyebrows, and I'm bald. Hello, welcome to Thursday, everybody. I am so glad to be here for Reconnected with one of my best friends, Mr. Will Dodson. Or sorry, Dr. Will Dodson. How we doing?
Oh, Ryan, I think I need to change my prescription for my contacts. You're out of focus for me. What's happening?
Fair warning, I may be a little bit laggy for the first 20 minutes or so of this stream. I am uploading a couple files in the background for some editing work I did this week, and they couldn't download them properly. So apologies if this is lagging on your behalf. I'm sorry. How's the last couple weeks been, Will? We haven't seen you since In Defense of the Genre. I'm glad you're back.
Really enjoyed In Defense of the Genre. Thanks everybody who weighed in and took pity on me and voted for me to stick around for another episode.
I don't know why.
That was a lot of fun. These last 3 weeks have been eventful. I had like really, really good news, but it was like tempered with kind of bad news. The good news is I got to transition out of my residential role in my job, which means that now I just have a regular 9 to 5 drive into work, drive home kind of job. But the bad news is it's only for 1 year, but I already knew that. So I've got a year to job search. That's a pretty good situation. So I'm packing up the staff apartment that I lived in for the last almost 13 years.
Jeez.
And I was cleaning off a table the other day and realized that I used to like change my little girl's diaper on that table, and now she's almost 11. You know, talking back. Yeah, so I'm like 5 days away from being. I'm gonna have 2 weeks off in July for the first time in 13 years, and I'm really looking forward to that because I got this thing they call hypertension 2. That's where your blood pressure is going to give you a stroke. And so I got on some blood pressure medicine like a year and a half ago. But when you get on blood pressure medicine, it's supposed to work right away. But I didn't hear the doctor say that if in fact the doctor did say that. So I took this medicine for like a year and a half, and I was still like 160 over 110. And finally I was like, I feel a lot of pressure in my skin. It feels like I'm on a pop here. And the doc was like, oh, you should probably get some different medicine. And so I got the different medicine, and my ankles are tapered now. Like I look good. They were kind of swollen up like a block.
So Stan Geezy's asking if you're coming to LA, and then Reggie's suggesting that you come to Kansas City.
Well, I'm going to do my best to make you both happy.
That would be fun,
he said in a rest stop bathroom. No, I am going to try to make you both happy. My sister, who is a film editor out in LA, has just wrapped up on a Disney Plus film, which means it's going to be seen for at least 7 weeks.
What a timely and relevant joke! I love it.
So she's hit the big time. So I'm planning to come out for. It's going to go to festivals. I'll ask. I can probably talk about it next month. I'll have like title and
sweet
stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna make plans to. I have 2 weeks off, but I'm still broke, Stan. But as soon as I can figure out a way to get out to LA, I will do so.
That's my main problem. I'm going to go through chat real quick and get caught up while we get set up. Josephine is here. Hello. Bunch of recent readings and watches. Love that. She saw me give Past Lives 4.5 out of 5 stars. Asked which team I'm on. We're going to talk about that in just a minute because we're going to talk about recent watches, and that's one that deserves more love. Dude McMahon, what's up? Can't believe the Arrow Empire Films box set is sold out. I kind of can. Yeah. Was that surprising for you?
I got mine.
Good. Stan's here. Dave's here. Ronnie's here. Silent Mandible. Paul. Another 4.5-star question. Sibner says he saw me give Jaws 4.5 and asked where the other half-star went. Will's going to say Steven Spielberg doesn't deserve 5 stars ever.
Well, you wouldn't be giving 5 stars to Steven Spielberg because he didn't direct Jaws.
It was Toby Hooper. Distorted Visions is here. Hello. My sister's here. Courtney, how are you?
What's up?
Tony. Hello, my friend.
Tony has done it again.
Terry's here, says hello, Stan Geezy. Dustin Lewis, what's up? Eric, Thursday, Z-Pam, Cam, Erica, hello. Hey. Ragnar, what's going on? Speaking of a little flag emoji here, did you do anything special for Independence Day? I don't think we even talked about that this week. Oh, yeah, we did.
We did. It's a sort of family tradition for my dad to amuse my youngest child by always seeming to aim the fireworks the wrong way. Like the fact that we haven't gotten on a YouTube video yet is amazing. And this year was no exception as he shot some kind of firework that exploded, in multiple levels straight at the house. Where everybody was sitting on a porch.
Wow.
And we
Ray's here. What's up, Ray?
So it was nice. It was very low key. We want to celebrate the promise of independence for all. And we hope that we'll be able to achieve independence for all, despite the setbacks that we've been having.
Always true. Sulaco's here. John Peters thought it was Tuesday. I'm very glad it's not. Carrie Mulligan says on Tuesday, the little scene, but one of my favorite films of the year, Carmen, comes to blue. Interesting. Tom in Minnesota. Ryan can hold up questionable slipcover art, and it's automatically safety blue. It will be fixed in just a few minutes, I promise. I think one of them only has like 12 minutes left, so hopefully it'll be a little bit better. Tony's here from Australia. What's going on? The Rainbow Library. Hello. Let's see. Ragnar says, I've seen Brokeback Mountain. I'm glad. It's a great movie.
Hey, we're going to talk about some Australian car chases here pretty soon.
They pulled something after 3 weeks, Will. I'd watch that Disney Plus movie quickly.
I tell you.
Let's see. Joe Jack says, I missed the Empire box. Didn't like the box art, so I waited. Yeah, I get that. And now I'm wondering if they're going to do more volumes because the way they branded it, they easily could.
Got to.
Very curious. Holland Oates is here. What's going on? And then Sibner says, you praise your stars and stripes all you want, Will. I'll be busy welcoming our future AI overlords. I'm prepared to be on my knees and clean their USB hubs.
Oh, turning me on already.
All right, so some of the regular banter that we needed to go over this week. One of the main things that everybody's been talking about the last couple of days is Olive Films officially announced that they are kaput. I don't think anybody was really surprised by this. They had not put anything out since, God, what was it? Early 2021 or late 2020? But it's been quite some time. They put up a little banner on their website saying that they are done. They said cinema lives here, and Olive Films extends our sincere gratitude to all of our customers and fans over the years. We are no longer adding titles or selling any of our products, but we are proud of the many films and TV shows we've released, covering nearly every genre and taste from as far back as 1915. We hope these releases continue to be a treasured part of your collection for many years to come. Olive Films, how did you feel about Olive Films?
Well, they filled a real gap. I mean, they put out a lot of films that weren't available otherwise. And their Olive Signature series tended to be pretty good with extras and most of the transfers that I can recall. A lot of their bare bones flicks had pretty rough transfers a lot of times.
Yeah.
But that's not a knock. They were providing a service that nobody else was, and I think they had to do it, in a cost-effective way. So yeah, John Peters puts it right. They're like a budget kino, and now there are a lot of labels who are putting out new editions of many of the Olive films, and I just recently got imprints, Pork Chop Hill, which is a great film, and I had the Olive edition for many years. So yeah, I like Olive. I'm definitely pouring one out for them. They were in some ways, they were like the Facets was to VHS what Olive was to Blu-ray.
Yeah. I'd really point out a couple great things about Olive. One is amazing dedication to all genres. They put out a little bit of kind of everything, from blaxploitation and classic horror to TV miniseries to classic westerns, and they did a lot of them. Most of them they did very well transfer wise, at least. Yes, a lot of the really, really cheap releases, they kind of skimped out on some of those. But in all reality, I don't know how many of the transfers Olive was doing in-house. They were probably just dealing with the transfers they were given.
Yeah, I imagine that's what it was. But again, a really valuable service, and still a lot of their films are not available anywhere else. So before those prices start creeping up, people,
right.
You might want to pick up a couple.
So the other big thing that I wanted to point out, which I would not be surprised to see sort of happening over the next couple months now that we have final word, is they did fairly well with sales, specifically with deep discount. We'd get a buy one, get one free on Olive film sale pretty much every single year. They just did one a few months ago. Now the big question is, with all of their inventory that was left over, if they had any, because in all reality, they could have not been producing any over the last couple of years and just kind of selling out of the inventory that they have. Are they going to go to Hamilton Book? Are they going to be on deep discount for $10 a piece? What is in store for the future of their titles? We'll see. Kino has gotten a ton of their old titles. Vinegar Syndrome has snatched some up. I wouldn't be surprised to see Arrow snatch some up. Most likely, I would say the majority of them will likely end up with Kino eventually. But this is kind of a big deal. Olive was, they were not huge, but they were big enough to get large titles. And now, of course, all of that has to lead to the fact that the biggest thing for people, most of their releases had 0 extras. And that's frustrating for the current batch of the people in this hobby. So I get it. I will say I think it was called Olive Signature line that they started near the end of everything. Those were really great releases. Like the original Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Bound. A few of those were astonishing great releases.
Yeah. The Quiet Man.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a few. They did some really great work where they filled that niche, and I'm glad that they were there. I'm glad that they pioneered it, but it's time. Now, this is all speculation, but there are a couple questions of what's going on with the people that were at Olive. The big thing, their Facebook page. They have only updated on the Facebook page 3 times since like June of 2021. All 3 are to hype up Ignite's release that just came out on 4K of the Invaders from Mars.
Oh.
And so it seems like somebody from Olive may be doing stuff with Ignite. And then the other big question, it looks like some of the people that were at Olive are now at Sandpiper.
Oh.
And yeah, it's the same layout. All of the headquarters for everything appears to be in the same area as Olive was located. So it looks like they're doing stuff with Ignite and Sandpiper. So their effect in the industry is still going to be there, most likely behind the scenes. And that's all the films. Anything in the news for you that you want to talk up?
Well, trying to get too political, but I mean, there's all kinds of news.
How about physical media news?
Physical media news. Well, we've been slogging through all the sales, which I'm sure we'll talk about momentarily.
Too many.
Yeah. And a lot of announcements today. At the same time, I saw an interesting interview on another channel, which I won't name.
Does it have to do with breakfast at an odd time?
I mean,
I didn't even know that you were going to bring this up, and I just pulled that out. That was pretty awesome.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because you mentioned physical media news. Is that me making that noise in the background? I bet it is. Sorry. Um, Physical media news. We got some like 80 some announcements tonight.
Yeah.
The boutique labels are announced in simultaneous sales left and right. People are inundated with beautifully produced titles, and at the same time, there is some kind of ominous potentialities in the future, right? Where if the big box, I'm taking this from an interview. Oh, I forget the guy's name, but I'll find it and put it in the chat because I don't want to steal the point. But some potentially ominous, and you might be able to correct me actually, Ryan, or somebody in the chat. But I've been thinking about it, and the point was, as the big box retailers phase out selling, the big commercial titles, there could potentially be some danger for the very few factories that actually produce the physical discs. And I don't know how true that is or how potentially ominous it is. It is, but when I heard that, I was like, oh, I didn't think of that. You got to have a factory that produces the discs, and if the factory is depending upon 12 to 15 labels that do like 3,000 copy runs, that might not be enough to sustain it, right? Because doesn't almost everybody in North America use one factory in Mexico?
Correct.
That's scary.
It is.
That's how we got in trouble with COVID. We didn't have it. Nobody was producing masks.
Well, that's how the vinyl industry suffered for so long, and is just now starting to feel some of that relax. So it would be nice to see some of that come back with a vengeance, because vinyl's doing the same thing. We've got multiple places like Waxwork Records just opened up their own pressing plant in the U.S.
Yeah,
I believe TerraVision is or already has opened up some pressing abilities for them.
Oh, that's good.
Then, go ahead.
Well, anybody out there who's thinking about a second career and doesn't care about making money, open a pressing plant for physical media.
Yeah, if you can compete with prices, you would do very well.
Yeah.
Stan wants to discuss the law of supply and demand.
Do we have time? Let me pull out volume 3 of Marx's Capital, and we'll talk about vampire squids.
John Peters leaving this very ominous comment says, if you're worried about supply chain issues, let me tell you about August 1st. For those that don't know, John works for UPS, and they are basically about to go on strike, it looks like. Negotiations have crumbled between the union and the management.
That sucks. I just talked to a UPS guy a couple of weeks ago, and he was like, I think we got it. I guess not. Well, good luck. I'm a union man all the way. Everybody go on.
And the stuff that they were asking for, it was not anything that should have been even a question. It's really sad.
Vampire squids, that's what the corporate overlords are.
Yeah, there's a lot that's coming to play with all of this, so I really hope that we get some sort of reprieve at the end of this. We need something to relax, obviously, with prices that have skyrocketed. And we're going to talk about prices tonight. There's actually quite a few things that have been in the zeitgeist around pricing around this. So,
yeah, we are going to get political tonight. Let me tell you something. Don't get me started on daycare.
Daycare is not feasible for my family.
And yeah, right? Well, and it's a screwed up, talk about law of supply and demand. Everybody's on a wait list, and the prices are too high for most people to meet anyway. But the only way most daycare facilities can even stay open is by pricing down to match what a nanny would charge, and in doing that, They have to depress wages to below living wage. The average cost of wages for a daycare is like 80% of their revenue. The average cost of wages for McDonald's is like 15% of the revenue. So that's all messed up. We have to have a readily available and accessible daycare. If these, and this goes to Democrats and Republicans, because if Republicans want people to go to work, pay off their student loans, then, and, your reproductive rights have been removed, then you better have some daycare. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
That's the hill I'm going to die on.
I am going to start us on some announcements.
Yeah, we should do that. I'm going to go crazy.
It's been 22 minutes already.
Speaking of politics.
First announcement coming on September 27th on a 4K disc from Imprint is Cross of Iron from 1977. This is getting a 4K release in the UK and Germany and France and all that from Studio Canal. So I'm glad that they went with this disc here. They're most likely 100% using the same restoration and all that. This is coming out with a new commentary by Mike Siegel, who is the Peckinpah scholar and filmmaker. And he's got just stuff all over these discs. If you have liked what he's done on some of the other Peckinpah stuff, like The Killer Elite, he is really great on these special features. So completely recommend this one.
I'm a big fan of this film. It's funny we started with it because I'm here in North Carolina, and our lieutenant governor at a speech last week said that people should start rereading quotes from Adolf Hitler and Stalin and Chairman Mao and thinking about what they might mean. And he was doing it approvingly. So that's really happening. And this film, has a whole lot to do with the kind of the lies of patriotism,
right.
the dangers of absolute obedience and fetishization of war and kind of masculine achievement, which is pretty common themes for Peckinpah. Cross of Iron is really underappreciated, so this should take care of that. Very excited.
Well, and I don't think you were on the discussion when the first version of this was announced. Do you remember? Were you on that one?
Nah, I would have gone crazy about it.
So I'm honestly surprised, and I'm curious what you're going to say. I'm kind of shocked that this is the first Peckinpah 4K that we're getting.
Is it really?
It really is. I thought we would get something different.
Well, yeah, I mean, as Dude McMahon points out, we still don't have like Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid on Blu-ray. But yeah, I would have assumed, Wild Bunch would be. Well, who's got the rights to Wild Bunch? Is it still with the studio?
It's a good question, but most likely. Ragnar, any word on the new Mondo Macabro pre-orders? Yes, I believe we are getting a round of pre-orders very, very soon.
Nice.
Like in the next few weeks. So look forward to that. Dude McGann says, one of my 15 minutes of fame moments is from Mike Siegel commenting back on social media posts to me complaining about not having Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid on Blu-ray. That's awesome.
Oh, Film Nut pointed out that Wild Bunch is Warner Brothers, so we might.
There it is. Next up, we are getting Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia. This is also coming in a limited edition 2-disc hardbox, 1,500 copies. Same thing, Mike Siegel all over it. This one's interesting. Let me point out, this has already been released on Arrow Video in the UK. This has already been released on Kino in the US. This is the same restoration. This is not going to be a new restoration. However, just remember, it is all out there, for different territories. So there's no reason necessarily to complain. This has all kinds of brand new special features as well. So if you're looking forward to it, this is the one.
Is it the same transfer that Twilight Time had? Do you know?
No, it has been updated since that one, for sure.
Damn it. I pretty much have to sell all my Twilight Time Sona.
100%, yeah.
Man.
At this point, there's no reason. Literally almost everything that they have released is being at least hinted at being released eventually.
I'll tell you a funny Time story real quick.
I want to hear your Twilight story too, though.
Man,
Team Edward.
is he the wolf or the vampire?
Yes.
I don't know. No, so when Twilight Time said they were going out of business, they like dropped all their prices and were like, get them while they're hot. And so I made a pretty significant order. And I got like a shipment. I hear people, you know, in the Discord and chats and everything, always talking about these shipment nightmares they have. I've never ever had a problem. Like a couple times I've gotten something that was broken or scratched and got it replaced immediately. But this time, this huge order, and I'm talking, I shouldn't have done it. It was like $500. You know what I mean? Like it was a stupid thing to do. But it was delivered, had a tracking number, said somebody signed for it, and it didn't come. And I'm like, who the hell could have signed for it? Where is it at? And so like I call around and I actually got somebody in the warehouse who was still packing up Twilight Time orders. And I don't know how, but he like tracked it down through FedEx and gave me an address, which was not my address. So it had been delivered there. It was about a mile away. And so I walked and I was like looking for this house. It was an abandoned house. Nobody lived there. And there was like 50 packages on the porch. like there was kudzu all over the roof. Like
what the heck?
So I stole everybody's package. No, I'm just kidding. I took it back to the post office because that's a felony. But yeah, so I did find the box, and now I have to sell everything that was in the box. So there was fate for you.
My only real like shipping nightmare that I'll share is back in the day when Arrow was doing like the 5-pound Blu-ray sales from the UK. Back in the good old days when sales felt like great sales. They did, I think it was a Valentine's Day sale. So it was early February. They put it out. It was like the first day of the sale that I bought everything. Literally, probably 2 days later, I got a shipping notice with the tracking number, thankfully, from the UK. And it was on the way. And because it was coming from the UK, I expected no updates for quite some time. After about 2.5 weeks, I got a tracking update saying that it arrived at customs inbound in Japan. I was like, this has to be some sort of scanning mistake. There's no way it's in Japan. Wait another month or so. No movement. So I call or email Arrow and they send a replacement, and it comes like another 2 weeks after that. About a week after I got the replacement box, my tracking from the original updated saying outbound customs in Japan. And then again, dead silent for like another 3 weeks. Suddenly inbound customs in Chicago, and it made its way to me by the middle of July. It took 5.5 months to go from the UK to Japan to Missouri and get to me. It was wild, and that was the longest package that I've ever had go across the world multiple times. But on top of that, it was damage to all hell. Everything inside was crushed. Everything.
Oh, wow.
Let's go to the next one. We are getting another film-focused box set, this one on George Peppard. This is coming on September 27th from Imprint, and this will include PJ, Pendulum, The Executioner, Newman's Law, and The Executioner, specifically, is a worldwide debut on Blu-ray. I'm glad they've been doing these with these box sets. There's something in here that makes it absolutely worth it because no one else has it available. This will have new audio commentaries, a bunch of new special features. Some of these have yet to be listed, but we do have some that are listed here. The PJ is going to have new audio commentary by Toby Rohn. We also have a new audio commentary with Howard S. Berger and Steve Mitchell, and a new interview with C. Courtney Joyner on the career of the director, and a new video essay on John Peppard and John Guillermin. I'm probably saying that wrong. Yeah, these box sets are pretty damn cool.
Yeah, it's so random to have a Peppard set. And of course, anyone who's my age grew up worshiping the A-Team. And and then hopefully worked their way back through his career. I haven't seen any of the films in this set, but I really like. He did a bunch of films with John Gillerman, including House of Cards, and which is a really cool thriller, gorgeously shot, and a really good World War One air fighting movie called The Blue Max. And Papard is great in both of those films. And I think the best films that Gillerman made were with Papard. I'm going to say Papard one more time because George Papard.
It was almost an Irish accent at the end there. And next from Imprint on the 27th of September, they are releasing the 5th entry in the Imprint TV line, and that is going to be Rock Hudson in Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles. This is on Blu-ray for the first time in Australia, been released elsewhere. Limited edition 2-disc set housed in one of their 3D lenticular hard slipcases. This is 1,500 copies only. We got new audio commentary by Gary Garani on all 3 parts of this. New interview with special effects and makeup artist Colin Arthur. And another one is sculptor Brian Muir. And then a new interview with the composer Richard Harvey. And a feature-length documentary on Ray Bradbury.
That's cool. Yeah, great cast. Fritz Weaver's in that. Roddy McDowell. I haven't seen this adaptation, but I'd definitely like to see it. Film note is correct. George Papard is a man whose career should be celebrated, and Breakfast at Tiffany's I would hate for him to be reduced to that.
Spaghetti says, I always took George Papard with a grain of salt. See what I did there? I should probably look into that set. Yeah, I definitely am the same. And then reminder from Tony that Imprint Television number 4 has not technically been announced yet, as it's a big TV show. Will be announced later in the year.
Like a big Euro TV show?
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me because that's a lot of what they've dabbled in so far.
What could it be? Perhaps Upstairs, Downstairs. My favorite drama.
Moving right along to Arrow Video. Coming on September 25th in the UK and 26th in the US and Canada is a 4K release of Carlito's Way. Now, the big thing on this, there's nothing here about a new scan. This has already been released on 4K. Yes. It's just a boutique release of a studio transfer with all kinds of new special features, which is good. Yeah. Primarily, if you are really into this, if you like commentaries, you might really want this because, new commentary by Matt Zoller-Seitz, author of the Wes Anderson collection, The Soprano Sessions. New commentary by Dr. Douglas Kesey, author of Brian De Palma's Split Screen, A Life in Film. Okay. And a new interview with Judge Edwin Torres, author of the novels Carlito's Way and After Hours. And then a new interview with the editors, Bill Pinkow and Christina Bowden. New appreciation by critic David Edelstein. And then a new look at the locations. Like, there's a lot on here. There's a ton of stuff on this disc. And it looks good. I like the art.
Yeah. Yeah. Carlito's Way is okay. I like it. I feel less weird about that than Scarface, because of the Italian guy playing a Cuban. But nobody gets mad about Scarface. Have you noticed that?
Nobody at all.
Like, not one person has gotten mad about Scarface.
That's a good question.
Well, that's a whole round table right there. Why does Scarface get a pass?
It's the mountains of cocaine, I guess. Next up, they are doing, of course, a original artwork edition. If you want that as well, you can get that straight from Arrow. But then Borsellino from 1970 is getting a nice boutique release. 2 years before The Godfather and 3 years before The Sting, there was Borsellino, a wildly entertaining period set gangster movie that brought together 2 icons of French cinema, Jean-Paul Belmondo and Alain Delon. This is going to have a new audio commentary by film scholar Josh Nelson, new interview with the composer and film historian Neil Brand on Claude Bowling's score, new interview with Elizabeth Castaldo Lunden on Jacques Fontare's costume design for this, and then some archival stuff. I've never seen Borsellino. Have you seen this one?
I haven't either. I've never even heard of it, but I'm definitely sold on Delon and Belmondo together in a kind of buddy gangster movie. That sounds,
That's a win.
yeah. I'm not familiar with Jacques Deray outside of just I know his name, but I don't know if I've ever seen one of his films before.
Totally get it. All right. Next up from Arrow. This is a big deal. They are releasing in UK a 4K release of Blood and Black Lace. And man, does this thing look pretty great. So this gets a new 4K restoration from the OCN done by Arrow themselves. We've got commentary by Tim Lucas, documentary on Blood and Black Lace and the origins of the giallo genre, featuring interviews with Argento, Lamberto Bava, Ernesto Gastaldi, and a whole bunch more. A lot of the stuff is archival, I believe, but then we've got some new writing in there by Rachel Nisbet and Kat Ellinger, and this is only coming out in the UK, so I'm kind of surprised that this has not been announced in the US.
So this is basically just a new scan upgrade and
a couple new features, yeah.
New features, yeah. But the main thing is a very nice commentary by Tim Lucas, of course. But if you've already got if anybody besides Dario Argento benefits from 4K, it's Mario Bava. So that's probably going to have to be a get.
Yeah, and it genuinely looks beautiful. Like the artwork on this is really nice. I'll zoom in for those on YouTube. Love the way that looks. And then, of course, because they're doing it for all of their big 4K releases, here is the original artwork version they're doing. Nice. And this booklet matches the cover that they had on their Steelbook from some years ago. Just
you're starting to come into focus. Still not quite there, but you're looking better.
Really?
Yeah. Still got a little bit of delay, but don't worry. Everybody's focused on me right now.
I hope so. And I hope that this doesn't sound terrible.
No, the sound's fine.
Good. That's what's important for the most part.
Yeah.
So yeah, this looks like a good release, nice and solid. We'll talk about the month in Arrow as the month with Arrow as a whole as soon as we get to the last announcement. Then they announced a 4K release of Ringu. You've got the original art version here. Here is the new art that they had done a few years ago for that box set. This is only coming as a 4K release. Nothing new on this, as far as I can tell. It's the exact same release as the Blu-ray, just put out as a 4K. I mean, this is probably going to look great. Love this movie. Yeah. What do you think of Ringu?
Oh, great, groundbreaking. But I have the box set, the Blu-ray box set from Arrow. So, yeah, I'll probably wait and see on this one.
Yeah, I get it. I do like the original art on this one. I'll go back to that for a second. That's pretty rare to get that old poster on this film. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
But I don't know if it's worth it.
If you don't have it, you should definitely, this would be the way to go.
I agree. And then possibly the announcement of the week from Arrow and maybe from anybody. They announced the Psycho collection, which includes Psycho 1, 2, 3, and 4, all in 4K, together in a box set with new special features across the board. This looks stunning. Nice poster artwork, really great commission art on this. Great films. There's not a lot that you can say that isn't just going to be gushing over the series that is Psycho. But what do you think about this box set?
So if you've already got obviously the 4K upgrades are there. You can already get Psycho in 4K. And then, of course, there's the Scream Factory Blu-rays of the other three. So I just wonder, it doesn't look like it's new special features, does it?
There are, yeah. You got new commentaries.
Oh, there's the word new I see several times. Thank you for scrolling down.
I apologize, yes.
No. Well, shit. Yeah, if you're missing any of these, this is probably a must. I'm going to have to think about it, but ooh, when Arrow does like a box set sale, I'm probably going to pick it up.
Well, and this one is like, let me pull this up again because I wanted to verify the price as I was looking at this. If I remember right, it is not too expensive. It is 55 pounds. 55 pounds for 4K films with new features in a box. That's honestly not that bad.
That's like $69 though.
For 4 movies. That's pretty good.
Nice. Yeah. Like if this was like, I don't know, June 1st and this came out, I'd be like, oh, pre-order, but it is now July the 6th, and I think most of us are depleted.
Well, Sibner's got a hot take here. It says, just okay with the first film. How do you feel about the sequels?
Yeah, well, I think you'd certainly be justified in just sticking with the first one. It is a really strange thing that what was the first sequel, like 25 years later?
The first sequel was 23 years later, yes.
Okay, right. And the fact that it was even competent, much less good, which it is kind of, is amazing. And then the fact that the other 2 sequels were solid, like to have not only the gumption to follow up what is considered by many to be not only Hitchcock's masterpiece, but one of the masterpieces in American cinema, or British expatriate cinema, depending on how specific you want to get. And then to have a series that not only extends on the mythology but does so well is really neat. So if you want to stop at the original Psycho, by all means, like, I would not blame anybody. But I do find these sequels to be interesting and well made, and really good examples of, we still kind of have the tendency in mainstream film criticism to kind of dismiss sequels automatically, especially genre sequels. But these are really good examples of how, filmmakers can come in and really do something interesting and individual with a franchise.
Well, and the other thing for me is that you can sense how much Perkins adored this character and this entire franchise throughout all of this. It radiates from him. So this is one, like, he directed part 3. Like, that's a big deal. He is all about these.
What I'd recommend everybody out there is to pre-order this set, but also pick up Kino Lorber's edition of I'm Dangerous Tonight, which Perkins made around the same time, and in which he worked with a director who I think really imprinted some technique and vision on Perkins for his own directorial effort. So,
shockingly enough, I'm Dangerous Tonight, linked in the description below. And if you get that, there's a nice special feature with a wonderful commentary on there.
Yeah, Michael Verratti.
I love that.
He's a smart guy.
I think, let me see. Okay, so the last one, Arrow announced their release of The Prodigal Son. This had come out from Eureka previously as a double feature with, I believe, Warriors 2. And this has, I think, all of the same special features from that Eureka set. I don't believe there's anything extra, but yeah, I'm glad it's coming out in the U.S. Glad that they are going through the categories that they've gotten stuff out in the UK. Let's get it out in the US, and they're doing decent. I already have the Eureka, so I don't need this one, but I'm glad it's here for everybody. So,
yeah,
how do you feel about Arrow's month? Because obviously there's some 4K upgrades that there's nothing changed, and a lot of people questioning that, with the whole Shout Factory of it all recently, and Arrow's done it quite a few times. It's a lot of announcements from Arrow, but a lot of it is not a lot of new work.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of happening across the board, especially for those of us who are kind of in tune with, region-free type of purchasing and collecting. There's a lot of, I don't know if you would call it competitive upgrading, or competitive repackaging.
Yeah.
But you know, I have to say I'm not a business person. Certainly wish I were. I would like to know how to do business. So you know, if companies like Arrow find that it's good for their bottom line to do, you know, re-releases or repackagings or upgrades of films that have already been released by other companies, I say great. You know, for people who already have the stuff, you know, you can choose whether or not to upgrade or horizontally shift or collect multiple editions. And for those who don't have them, then they have the choice. It's not something that necessarily bothers me because even though every month I'm like, oh, why won't somebody announce like these 50 titles that I want? On the flip side, every month there are 50 titles announced that I would love to get and have to choose, you know, the 6 or 7 that I can actually. So at times I'll just kind of like, oh, well, that I already have that, or, oh, should I upgrade, and think about it. And, you know, maybe I will, maybe I won't, but it never like irritates me. And, you know, some people get irritated by stuff like that. And I'm sorry that bothers you, but it's okay. Like I can see why somebody would be bothered, right. But it just doesn't bother me.
Yeah, I'm the same way. And the way that I kind of force myself to think about it so that it doesn't bother me is, in all reality, I'd love to see every single film get the highest possible release ever. And if that's the case, there's going to be tons of re-releases no matter what. They're happening now. I get it. Especially when a lot of these were done with the new 4K scan in the last few years. It's easier to just do an HDR pass and get it out there. Totally get it.
Hey, I gotta interject something real quick. This is for R1133, who wants to see the full-on Enya shirt that I'm wearing. And
it's lovely.
I want to make this clear. This is an unironic Enya shirt. I am the biggest fan of Enya any of you will ever meet. I have been a fan of hers since her first solo tracks after leaving Clannad, which she recorded for a BBC production of The Frog Prince, and then her first full-length soundtrack album for the 10-part documentary The Celts, which of course was followed by Watermark, Orinoco Flow, and the rest is history. Enya is quite possibly the most important musical artist alive today.
That's probably the most information that's ever been said about Enya on this channel, and probably ever will be.
Oh, we could do a whole show. I can tell you about every single album in order.
Ragnar says maybe good for the bottom line, but your reputation takes a hit. Scream Factory is hurting. I understand that, and if all you're doing is repackaging to 4K, that's when it really starts to take a hit. And I will say, we're going to talk about Scream Factory in probably like an hour and 10 minutes at this point. But this to me was a more surprising and optimistic month for Scream Factory, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by it.
Yeah, let's talk about that. You know, to go back to Ragnar's point, something that I'm totally on the outside of because I have no connection to any of these companies. But when I see them competing, I'm sometimes like, oh, please don't fight. Please don't fight. I love you. I love you all. You know,
mommy and daddy, no.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's so many other films. Come on. You know.
Yeah. Chris, we're going to be talking about Scream Factory prices. I guarantee it. That's going to be a fun one in just a little bit. Nick Amidi says the Bava repackage was needed and will be huge. Not only was it needed, the film was fully out of print. So I am all about that film getting released. There's nothing wrong with that.
there's gonna be a lot of Mario Bava 4Ks coming out in the next 2 or 3 years, I bet.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Let's get back to it. And speaking of repackaging, how about Criterion? They've been doing a lot of the same thing, but right now you can get their stuff on sale for the entire month at Barnes & Noble, and Amazon is price matching that.
I got to say, Amazon is, of course, an evil company that we all use and have to sometimes. And there's certainly, if you live in a rural area, Amazon is a lifesaver.
Literally, in some cases.
Yeah. But I have to say, I find it so funny whenever Barnes & Noble does their sale, because the way Amazon does the price matching is like 1 or 2 titles at a time. And I feel like they're just fucking with them. It's like, Barnes & Noble's like, everything's half off. And then Amazon's like, we got free shipping.
Get one at a time, but as long as you get 15 over the next 3 weeks.
Right. And if you're an educator, you get no tax. So it's nice.
So this, I got to say, there was a lot I wanted this round. The last 6 months of Criterion has been a lot of great titles that I've patiently been trying to be patient about. This was solid. And did you get anything from Criterion this time?
Yep.
That's what I figured.
I got Pasolini. I decided to wait on the Bud Buttiker set until the next Criterion website sale, because the Pasolini, even marked down, is pretty serious.
Is that one 125 on sale?
Yeah. But I also picked up After Hours so I can finally continue my Martin Scorsese festival. And I got Breathless and One False Move and Targets and The Servant and The Watermelon Woman. I mean, I was so stoked.
Nice.
Yeah, had a great time with that.
Lots of people in the Discord with some pretty amazing pickups. We had one individual. Just in case, I'll keep his name private. He and his wife were celebrating the anniversary, and they agreed that they could each spend $400 on whatever they wanted. And he just came home with this massive stack. So stoked for that. This is a nice, solid sale. I know that a lot of people either never shop at Barnes & Noble because the prices are only shopped during the sale. Just keep in mind that hardly anybody, unless you're overtly rich, hardly anybody buys these at $40 prices. Right. Most people are waiting to get these on sale. And if you're really desperate, like Criterion has their flash sale, 2 or 3 times a year.
Yeah, like February and October.
Yeah, so you can get stuff then as well. And honestly, that might even be a better option because you can get the whole points build up there. So there's lots of times to get Criterions. The prices, whatever. It's not like a bad sale. It's just a matter of this is the time to get them at a decent price.
Mm-hmm.
Moving right along. Makeflix already had their 4th of July sale, and it ended yesterday, so we won't waste any time here.
Here's the announcement of the day.
You know what? Before I go to your announcement of the day, I'm sorry to tease that. Back to the Makeflix.
There's a couple of films in there that people should check out, even though the sale's over.
Like what?
The Hills Have Thighs by.
You mean this one that just came in from the sale?
Nice.
I figured it was time for me to check out why we should restore the Wynorski verse for my dear friend Dr. Dodson. That's the only reason I went back.
Do you know I post the hashtag Restore the Wynorski verse several times a week, and in about a year and a half of doing that, one other person has used the hashtag Restore the Wynorski verse, and it made me so happy because it was like a stranger.
Nice. All right, let's see. If anyone has not done it yet, sign up for the free Barnes & Noble. There's a free Barnes & Noble membership?
What?
You earn rewards really fast?
I did not know this.
Neither did I.
Wow.
Huh. Chris says, I can count on one hand the times I paid full price for a Criterion title. Sometimes you just can't wait. But even then, it's usually cheaper to get it elsewhere than Barnes & Noble. But yeah, fully agree. Ragnar, do you think the Vinegar Syndrome did a good job promoting this? We'll talk about Vinegar Syndrome a lot in just a little bit, obviously. Let's see. Ronnie went to Barnes & Noble in person for the sale for the first time. Nice. Picked up Petite Maman and Mulholland Drive and pre-ordered Watermelon Woman.
Nice. Yeah, I've been really happy with the titles they've been releasing this year. They really seem to, I know some people were criticizing them for like getting woke, which we've already talked about before. Like it's obviously a good thing that they're releasing films from non-Western parts of the world, more films from South America, more films from Africa, more films from East Asia, more films by women and non-white directors in general, because they're still obviously releasing tons of stuff from the Hollywood and Western European canon. That's still happening. But this year they've really got a good rhythm of, you'll get a classic Hollywood film, you'll get a contemporary film, from like East Asia, you'll get a box set of Pasolini, you'll get some Westerns, and The Watermelon Woman, which is a great and underseen entry in kind of underground queer cinema. I've just been super excited, and of course Targets, which finally saw the light of day.
Yeah. And reminder to everyone, the BFI release of Targets, thanks to Paul Huggins for this, it has significantly more special features coming, and that's coming in I think September or October, so not too much longer of a wait, but I guarantee Orbital will have that if you're in the States as well.
That one's definitely worth a double dip, I would say.
Rainbow Library says Watermelon Woman is one of the most exciting releases of the year for me. Nice. Let's see. All right. Tell me about Double Trouble, Will.
Oh, my gosh. It's both of them. I mean, the Barbarian brothers, who probably, if anybody knows them all, they know them from Ruggiero Deodato's The Barbarians. This is a goofy action comedy that somehow manages to have both James Doohan and Bill Mummy in it. Mummy? Is that how you say it? Mummy from Lost in Space. I mean, so many. Thank you. I really do need new contacts. It's let's be real. This is not what anybody would think of as like an art film. This is dumb, stupid. No way. Stan Giese has seen these guys shop at his video store. I bet they fight over the Arnold Schwarzenegger Hercules. But speaking of twins, this would be a good double feature with Schwarzenegger and DeVito's twins, I think. It's just a I can't. International jewel smuggling ring. That sounds right. And these guys are not thespians by any
you don't say.
But they're funny and they're good together. They've got they're twins and they've got this rapport together, and they're not like great actors, but they're easy in front of the camera. They're not like self-conscious, and they're funny. When this was announced on Twitter, it was like right after all the Supreme Court decisions, and I was like, finally, some good news. This is a movie you can watch if you're kind of in a bad mood and want to take your mind off of things.
Let's see. Kino's logic is yes to Double Trouble and no to Sleepaway Camp 3. Got it.
Wait, what is this?
Kino had the rights to the Sleepaway Camp's sequels, and they've basically said we're not putting them out because they're terrible.
What the F? They are awesome.
You have already said fuck multiple times earlier in this.
I did not. My daughter might.
At least once.
My daughter watched the In Defense of Genre, and I was like shocked at how many times Steven dropped the F-bomb. So I'm trying to be less. But wait, are you kidding me? I know, all respect to Felissa Rose, she's the icon and always will be of Sleepaway Camp. But Pamela Springsteen Bruce's sister, does a incredible job in the sequels, and I find both of them. I disagree with Zombies A Marm. I love Sleepaway Camp 3, as well as 2. Well, I hope something happens there because I need those films.
Is Double Trouble a canon film? Oh, good gosh. A Sleepaway Camp trilogy VSU would be insane. I don't think it would be a VSU, though, because they would want it to be a part of the regular line.
Well, wait, aren't they already out on Blu-ray?
Yeah, well, they're out of print in the U.S. They were on Scream Factory.
Oh, I've already got them all. Okay.
88 Films has them in the UK.
Yeah, no problem. I got them. I got mine. What's up?
All right, moving to the next one.
I would love to see like an upgrade, though.
Yeah, I would agree there. Visual Vengeance is back, pardon the pun, with I'm not going to go for it. With really good reputation. September 26th, they're releasing The Abomination from 1986. This says an old woman coughs up what she believes to be a tumor. While asleep, the thing crawls inside of her son and reproduces inside of him, then causes him to go on a killing spree to feed it. I've heard this is gory as hell and really, really fun, and I'm interested to see this. This has new producer supervised SD master from the original tape. This is going to have a limited slipcase by The Dude, 12-page mini comic book, commentary with the director Brett McCormick, commentary with Tony Strauss of Wang's Chop magazine, brand new feature-length Brett McCormick interview, a new interview with actress Blue Thompson, actress Victoria Cheney interview with the Abomination's original VHS distributor, Michael Jack Scholl from Donna Michelle Productions. There's some filming locations tour, some outtakes, raw footage behind the scenes, all kinds of stuff. A 6-page booklet with an essay by Tony Strauss, a trailer archive, VHS sticker set, all kinds of stuff. This is loaded. A lot of the Visual Vengeance stuff has been great so far.
That 2-sentence description sounds so gross. It's actually making me feel queasy right now. And I've got a pretty stout stomach, but I feel queasy at the moment. I have nothing else to say about it. Yeah.
This looks fun. A lot of the Visual Vengeance stuff, in fact, I think all of it has been either shot on video or shot on 16. I think they did one video or one release on 16 mil. But they are continuing down that path. There's another announcement coming up from the same director that we're going to talk about in just a little bit. So, going to the next one. Blown Away is coming on a 4K UHD disc from Kino Lorber. No release date on this, but Jeff Bridges and Tommy Lee Jones are going to be blowing you away in 4K from Kino soon. Have you seen this one?
I had hoped this was going to be the Nicole Eggert, Corey Haim, Corey Feldman Blown Away, which deserves its own release as soon as possible. But no, this is the Terrorist with a Bomb Blown Away with Jeff Bridges and Tommy Lee Jones. And it's, it's competent. Stephen Hopkins, I've talked before about how much I think Predator 2 is the best of the series, which I know some people disagree with, but I'll make it in defense of the genre on Predator series, and I'll take Predator 2 all night. So it's competently directed. It's taut, but nothing like iconic. It's if you
very by the book 90s films.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's definitely worth a watch. Potentially worth a rewatch and therefore a purchase.
There you go. Ready to get into some Vinegar Syndrome stuff?
Here we
go. So these are all being released in the month of July for the first time in the last 45 days or whatever. We got brand new announcements coming from Vinegar Syndrome proper and a ton of partner label releases. First up, they're releasing Gorgo from 1961 on 4K. That is the inner slip, and then the outer hard box that will be housing it. This is what they were referring to in all of their clues that said the biggest Vinegar Syndrome release ever, because biggest was in quotation marks. You know, I wanted to bring something up as we were talking about this tonight. I want to know how VCI is getting away with selling Blu-ray releases for films that are in print elsewhere in the same territory.
Oh,
VCI is selling a Blu-ray of Gorgo still. VCI is also selling the Bird with the Crystal Plumage release that they did still.
Oh,
and a couple others. It's very odd to me. And I really wish that some of the titles that they have that are actually decent titles, I wish somebody else would pick those up.
Yeah. You know, I don't know what to say. If people who like Gorgo are going to be excited. People who like Gorgo and Mystery Science Theater 3000 might enjoy seeing the full movie. And then others will be like, no, okay, well, it's in my subscription.
Gorgo is often referred to as the British Godzilla. It was one of the first and arguably one of the best monster films to follow in the wake of Japan's sci-fi landmark. And this has some good stuff on here. We got the original English mono soundtrack, new commentary track with Stephen R. Bissett, isolated music and effects track. Film historian and cartoonist Stephen R. Bissett gives a legacy talk on Gorgo called Gorgo Lives. There's an archival making of documentary, archival making of featurette, a short film from 2009 directed by Benjamin Craig, some behind the scenes stuff, and a video comic book. This looks pretty fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking it out. I think I have it on DVD somewhere, but I may have only seen it on Mystery Science Theater, honestly. So this will be pretty cool.
Speaking of, there's my friend Kyle Bowen giving Mystery Science Theater the shout out. And going to the next one, another 4K release, Terror at 10 Killer. And this is from 1986. And this is one that is most likely not going to live up to this slipcover. This says, when college student Leslie decides that she needs a break from her controlling boyfriend Josh, her roommate Jana has the perfect suggestion that the pair spend the summer at her family's remote cabin on the edge of Lake 10 Killer. Is that really the name of a lake, Lake 10 Killer? The vacation starts off well enough as the two friends settle into the idyllic surroundings, but their peace is soon disturbed when they begin receiving menacing calls and unsettling answering machine messages. And then there are other disconcerting goings-on, strange, watchful figures sitting out on the lake, and the ominous sound of a harmonica playing in the dead of night. Not a harmonica. Little do Leslie and Jana know that a vicious killer is at large and working their way through the local population. Can they prevent themselves from being next on the chopping block? Yeah.
This is a slasher I've not heard of. I think if your lake is named 10 Killer, tourism is going to be difficult.
Yes.
Zombie says it does not live up to the cover. I was looking at that cover art and thinking, I don't know who the artist is, but I imagined the artist being like, "Look, Mom, I did get paid for my artwork."
For drawing nipples specifically.
Yeah. This will show you. Always yelling at me for doodling in my notebooks. Here we go. I'm a professional. No, I mean, whoever drew that's obviously quite competent and has a deep understanding of anatomy. The buoyancy that is expressed there is pretty impressive. Go back to the other
Happily.
Look at that crevasse. You can't teach that kind of shading technique.
It's wonderful shading,
yeah,
especially in the shadow. So this is going to have new commentary track with the actor and editor Kevin Meyer and actor Mike Wiles. There is a brand new making of documentary featuring interviews with the cast and crew, behind the scenes footage with optional commentary by Kevin Meyer and Mike Wiles, multiple original trailers, then a short film co-written and co-directed by Kevin Meyer and narrated by Terror at 10 Killer director Ken Meyer with optional commentary, a Divided We Fall making of featurette, And then behind-the-scenes footage called Divided We Fall with the commentary track as well. Lots of good features on this.
Yeah, you might want to purchase this to save it for posterity.
Wow. Before Will gets too distracted, let's go to Psycho Girls. Psycho Girls is now available to order. Here is the front of the slip, and here is the back. Like the back art on this.
Yeah.
This one says, in 1986, little Sarah Tusk poisoned her parents to death. Now, some 20 years later, Sarah's an inmate at the Lakeview Asylum. Her sister, Victoria, who is now a personal chef, has never forgiven Sarah for her terrible crime and is determined to see her rot in the asylum and is happy to make Sarah readily aware of her intentions. Little does Victoria realize Sarah's bloodlust and insanity have grown, and upon learning that her sister won't help her get out, she hatches a plan to escape on her own. After literally turning Victoria into steak tartare, holy hell, she ingratiates herself into her sister's work, fixing a dinner party for Victoria's employers, wherein she's the main course. Unfortunately for them, some unwitting cannibalism is the least of their troubles, as the meal has been spiked with sleeping pills, and the revelers soon awaken in an abandoned wing of Lakeview as guinea pig in Sarah's demented lab.
That is complex.
It is. I got a new commentary track with the co-screenwriter, director Jerry Chichariti, something like that. Director of photography, editor Robert Bergman. Interview with Jerry again. Interview with Robert Bergman, and then an interview with the art director Craig Richards. Audio interview with author and film historian Paul Karup. And that is it for that release.
I prefer Chichariti's work with Chan Chernati.
That's a lot of syllables.
I was trying to do a Cheech and Chong thing, but
I saw that. Yeah.
I don't think it came through. You know, some of these need to be workshopped. It's a live show. They can't all be winners.
I agree. Carrie Mulligan says, I watched the first 10 minutes of 10 Killer on YouTube. It seems to have the cheap, awkward, and monotonous tone of Disconnected, a VS title I really enjoyed.
When I first read that comment, I thought she was talking about you.
Disconnected, not disconnected.
Right.
It's a good thing my name is not hard to say at all.
Yeah, right.
Did you ever watch Disconnected?
You know, I haven't yet. I picked it up at a sale not terribly long ago, but it's just been sitting there.
I actually kind of like it. It's a little slow. A lot of people probably don't love that, but it's decent. Just learned today that Michael Winner almost died from eating steak tartare 4 days in a row. I'm sure there are many who'd wish it had finished the job.
That's funny.
Planet Mondo's here. Just got home. Was listening on the ride back. What's up, Ryan, Will in the chat? And Psycho Girls looks awful. Since I gave a moment to Planet Mondo and Will is looking at all of his glorious shelves, Planet Mondo will be our co-host next week. So make sure you come back to check out Planet Mondo. We're going to be talking about surrealist films.
This book, this is Michael Winner's autobiography. And you might think that he takes the opportunity to kind of put himself in a better light than most of his collaborators do. Nope. This guy is an asshole. And this book is so fun to read. Michael Winner, Winner Takes All, A Life of Sorts. I highly recommend it. He's long dead, so he won't get any royalties if you don't want to send money to Michael Winner. Yeah, the stories he does not you know how Hollywood people always kind of censor their stories. Not Michael Winner, man. This book is a delight. I highly recommend it to people.
Good. Next up at Vinegar Syndrome is their VSA for this month, and that is the Demon Rat. There's the front. What's that?
They're really working on those crevasses this month.
They have to, yeah.
Lots of curvaceous rumps.
Just trying to find more words in your thesaurus, I see. Irina is a teacher in the middle of a messy divorce with her husband, Roberto, who has cunningly stolen the pharmaceutical company she was set to inherit. she's also dealing with a rat problem. I love how they downplayed that second part. A rat so large and terrible it has mutilated her dog. Enlisting the help of her new love interest and biologist friend, Axel, they soon discover that Roberto has been recklessly dumping nuclear waste to get ahead and wreaking havoc on the nearby wildlife. Now, Irina has to contend with the mutated rat in her home and soon-to-be ex who will do anything to keep his secret. This was directed by Ruben Galindo Jr., and we are going to have an interview with the writer-director Ruben Galindo Jr., interview with the lead actress, interview with the actor Miguel Angel Rodriguez, and that is it.
So, this one I did not pick up during the sale.
What?
But something makes me want to see it, even though I suspect once will be enough.
Well, the question here is, did you like the trilogy of Ruben Galindo Jr. films that they put out previously with Don't Panic and Grave Robbers and whatever the other one was? Because it's the same director, and I thought those were actually pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to be surprised. That was pretty good. Paul Huggins is funny. I'll probably pick this up.
Caveman says Will Dodson is on an apparent rump roast.
Well, everybody's got a thing, and that's definitely a thing.
Cemetery of Terror. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, that's the other one.
Oh, I like Cemetery of Terror. Okay, let's do it.
And from what I was looking up, I believe those three that we'd gotten previously, plus this one, and one other release, were all a part of like a Mexican box set that somebody else had released previously on DVD years ago. Oh. So I would be willing to bet we're probably going to get that fifth film. I don't remember the title of it, so this isn't very helpful. But we're probably getting one more, at least, Ruben Galindo Jr. title. I do find it odd that this is a VSA, unless this is a very action-heavy film, which doesn't normally fit with the VS line.
It seems implied by the description. I don't know, and the artwork there. John Peters is right. This could be a Mexican variation of Bruno Mattei's Rats, which I would be very interested in. Reference there to a recent conversation on They Live by Film podcast about Bruno Mattei. It's quite worth a listen. Not just because I'm in it briefly, but the whole thing's worth listening to.
You're doing great with these promotions tonight, by the way.
Yeah, well, I just you platform so many people. It's so great to share the spotlight like this. But obviously, this is the central hub, and everybody watching knows it. Wow, we're up to 80 people.
Yeah, it's a good night.
That's great. So 80 people out there know I'm an ass man.
No, correction, 82.
82? Nice.
Paul Huggins, my question is if the mutant rat has a unibrow. I mean, yeah, most likely. Going next, Vinegar Syndrome and their publishing line has finally released what they've been teasing for the last couple months, and that is the repress of the zombie comic collection from, I believe it's pronounced Ibon or Ebon. I've never bought from this company before. They partnered up with Vinegar Syndrome. I'm assuming it's Ibon, but I could be wrong there. Now this looked really good to me. I was impressed with what they were including here. Lots of stuff. Hard box, really great artwork like that.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Talk about being spread. I just laughed like a 12-year-old. If my voice had cracked, it would have been perfect. Especially, I mean, it was pricey, but I thought that was a decent price for sure.
To be honest, I didn't think it was that pricey at all.
Yeah.
Not to stand up just for Vinegar Syndrome here compared to what we launched into just a few minutes ago. For comic books, the fact that you're getting this many volumes, I believe there are 5. It might be 4 there. Kind of hard to see. Well, let me go back to this one. So 1, 2, yeah, I think it's 5. 5 of these, and it's all in this giant hard sleeve, and you could buy a T-shirt with it. Like, it was a pretty good price to get this for $75, I believe is what it was. That's not bad to get that. Kind of impressive. I do like how much they put into this release. And on top of that, if you had the old release, there's new stuff in here to entice you, of course. They had to do that because if they wanted to sell some to the people that didn't get that, so they would have the Vinegar Syndrome branded one. One thing to note here, they are going to be doing individual issues of this that you can get after August 1st. So this was the only time to get this giant collection, and it sold out within like 30 hours after it got posted.
Yeah, I actually was thinking about it, and it sold out before I could make it happen. So do you know if that's it, or any chance of because it seemed like they were excited about how fast it sold out.
Yeah, because they didn't know if people were going to jump on it like that. I believe as of the box set, that is fully sold out.
Well, hell.
Yeah.
Anybody out there in the internet let me borrow theirs? No, just kidding. It would lose value instantly if I touched it. But
if you ever make your way to Kansas City, you can read mine.
Oh, well, all right. That's enticing.
I've not been into comic books for quite some time, but this is one, like, I love Zombie. I love Fulci. I had to get this. This was beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks good.
They also put up some merch. They are calling it 4th of July merch just because it's red, white, and blue. They got this tie-dye shirt, and then this red, white, and blue logo shirt, and then the film reel shirt. I like the coloring there. And then this one as well is pretty good. And then they also put up a Blood Harvest VHS, and that sold out very quickly.
Now, I'm right. Nobody makes VHS players anymore, right? Like
that is accurate, I believe. Yes,
those are gone.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
So I mean, like, why not just make VHS boxes with like a styrofoam in them and sell that
with the download code?
Yeah, because I mean, I really. I mean, I just don't understand it. Well, if people are buying it, hey, that's as we were talking about earlier with Stan, that's the law of the market, right? So if people are buying it and it helps companies improve their bottom line, go for it. But I don't understand the VHS and I don't understand the cassettes. I see TerraVision releasing these wonderful soundtracks on cassette. And they look cool. They're all like transparent and blue tinted or pink tinted. And I'm like, man, if you do it on a CD or even a download, I'd buy it. But I can't play cassettes. I can't get the Chopping Mall soundtrack. There's one person in this world who wants Jim Wynorski's Chopping Mall soundtrack. It's me.
Travis just posted, there's a video store here and they sell refurbished ones for only $10. That's pretty great.
I believe that, but I mean, eventually, of course, well, hell, they're going to quit making Blu-ray players in the next 10 years, probably. So who knows? I see DC Ibner points out it's the physical casing itself, but that's what I'm saying. Why, release the casing as an artifact for display.
I think he's saying the casing of the cassette.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm not complaining. I want everybody to sell what they can sell. Oh, Ryan, you're looking better. You're almost completely unpixelated.
Really?
Yeah. Still not quite, but you're getting there.
These uploads, I've got one that says 6 minutes remaining, one that says 25 minutes, and one that says 24 minutes. So here's hoping for soon. I'm not great at promoting myself, so I'll take this opportunity that Wave said, darn, I need to turn on stream notifications. I always get here late. Everybody should do that. That little bell that's right there on your page, click that so that every time that this goes live or I put up a new interview, you get notified of that. And there's a lot of pretty damn cool stuff coming. So make sure you click that. Let's see. 4K is backwards compatible, so at least there's that. Well, that doesn't mean they're going to keep making 4K players either.
Yeah. Wait, Dude McMahon says he's got a Chopping Mall soundtrack CD. How can I get this?
Will have purchased it in the next 4 minutes. Moving on to the OCN releases. Speaking of VCRs, Dan Kinham is finally releasing his documentary, Adjust Your Tracking, on Blu-ray, and this is coming through the VHS Hitfest, of course. And I love this slipcover. Love what they did with this. This is going to have a new audio commentary with Dan Kinham and Levi Paretic, who did it with him. 2 archival commentaries, hours of extended interviews, some retrospective interviews with the directors, new updates with collectors, new interview with James Rolfe from Cinemassacre, and some other stuff thrown in. This looks like a pretty good release. And Adjust Your Tracking, I believe you can play on like Tubi and 4 other places right now.
That's so funny that this came up right after I was going on about VHS. Of course, I used to collect VHS cassettes. That was, and I had some great stuff because you trade with people through the mail and everything. And man, there's some things that I lost or got rid of like an idiot that I really wish I still had. I still have a VCR and about 20 VHS tapes that haven't been, upgraded. But that collection is pretty much faded away. I have found that Waxwork Records has the Chopping Mall CDs, so thank you very much for that.
And Dude McMahon says, does TerraVision not still have it? They may have it.
I think it's just cassette, right?
Okay.
Well, if TerraVision's got it, I'll get it from them. But
Carrie Mulligan says VCR and cassette players are still readily available and inexpensive at thrift stores. You just got to take the risk if they work or not. And that's the big question. And when you're buying them secondhand, how long are they going to work, even if they do work? So, yeah.
No, TerraVision just has Unsolved Mysteries and Basket Case and Brain Damage, which are totally worth it, by the way. But no Chopping Mall and CD.
Dead Sea Life says, is this better than the first VCR by a long shot?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. This is a film.
Sivner says, I missed a VS release. I did not. I had to replace the post. It will be coming up. I did not mean to save it for last. The stupid Facebook, Instagram way that they post updates, it only took one of the pictures, so I had to repost this. I had to repost the last Vinegar Syndrome announcement and another partner label. Delirium is coming, I promise, Chris. Let's see. Audio cassette players are still being manufactured. Some are made just so people can digitize their audio cassettes.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Well, I didn't know about whether or not audio cassette players were still being made, but I did know I did think VHS was done. I assume 8-tracks are done too, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Who knows?
Well, what's crazy, like Laserdisc is incredibly popular in Asia still, and there's still major collectors of like CEDs over there, which that was only like a 3-year run, I think, that they were even really going. It's crazy.
I remember when I was a kid, my uncle had a Betamax, and he'd take us to the video store, and we'd pick out all these movies, and he'd be like, "We can't play any of that." And he'd go get there'd be like one thing. It'd be like some Merchant Ivory drama or some shit for a bunch of 6-year-olds.
Oh, love it. Next up is one of the partner labels that I'm most excited about this month. Canadian International Pictures releasing Dirty Money from 1972. This is one of the films from the trilogy that also included Gina. And here's the front of the slip and the back. And this is going to have a, let's see, audio commentary with Paul Karup of Canucksploitation.com and film historian Jason Pichonsky. Making Money, a 20-minute interview with the director. New interview with Cinematheque Québécois director Robert Dodlin. New audio interviews with cast members. Trailers for Dirty Money, Gina, and then Rajan Padovani. Let's see, a booklet with a new interview with the screenwriter, and that is it. But a solid release. This looks incredible.
Yeah, I mean, Dennis Arcand is an icon of Canadian cinema. Jesus of Montreal. One of the filmmakers that really put contemporary Canadian cinema on the map. Especially Quebecois cinema, which I should back up, because if there are any people from Quebec listening, they probably don't want me to say Canadian cinema. Quebec cinema. And if I could say French stuff, I would. But this is a TC Hibner just made a very funny joke that this film, based on the cover art, stars Casey Wilson. Nice. But this is a good film, and I always like hearing people say threatening things with Canadian accents.
Yeah, that's always fun.
Put your hands behind your back, okay, or I'm going to have to hurt you there.
Just like that, huh?
I'll hurt you and make your boy there watch.
Next up, Factory 25 is releasing Fake It So Real, which I've heard is incredible. Continues the short little run that we've had of some wrestling-related items recently.
Yeah. North Carolina, come on and raise up.
This is going to have a look at the NYC Rooftop Films NYC premiere, MWF mixtape, wrestling promos by indie film luminaries, including Alex Ross Perry, Michael Tully, Lawrence Michael Levine, the Ross Brothers, and more. There is a talking documentary podcast interview with Robert Greene by Scott Lacey, commentary track with Robert Greene and David Shoemaker, looking back conversation with Chris Solar and Robert Greene, and a booklet with an interview with Robert Greene by Nadine Smith and an essay by Sean Price Williams. This looks fantastic. Have not been able to see this.
Oh man, North Carolina has some of the greatest semi out of shape wrestlers in the country. The North Carolina wrestling scene is, I don't want to say legendary, but known. It's known. And hell yeah, I'm quoting Petey Pablo, Pride of North Carolina. Take your shirt off, roll it around your head like a helicopter.
Oh, love it. Factory 25 branching out here. This looks like a pretty solid release for them.
I'm excited about this one. It's a hometown film, so.
Had to, I'm sure. Next one is a Music Box Films release of a film called Full Time from 2022. And this is one that immediately caught my eye. Looks great. This says Julie is a single mother who can't catch a break, raising 2 children in the Paris suburbs and commuting to the city daily. The train is her lifeline until it's suddenly severed by a transit strike.
Ooh, topical.
Yeah. Without the train, Julie struggles to make it in time to her job at a 5-star hotel, to the interview for a better job she's tied her hopes to, or back home to pick up her kids from childcare.
Here we
Before
go.
long, Julie's at her breaking point, and as her responsibilities pile up, she finds herself bending the rules to stay afloat in a cutthroat society anchored by Calamise, or Calamise, I don't know how to say your name properly. Sorry, French. Dynamic performance. Full Time is a race against the clock and a kinetic real-world thriller about the obstacles working parents face every day. This has a new audio commentary by Sam Deegan, which is going to be great. Interview with the director, filmmaker Q&A from the French Film Festival. Isolated score, sound design tracks, theatrical trailer, TV spots, and the like. Yeah, this sounded great.
Neoliberal capitalism, man. It turns us all into widgets. Tain't no good. Tain't no good. Child care should not be an industry. It should be a service. It should be part of our healthcare. We're talking about Europe, man. They're supposed to have it done right. What's happening? What's happening?
That's France for you. They do a lot of striking this year.
Oh, I know. They're like, you want to make us retire 2 years later? Fuck you, man.
We'll burn the city down.
I worked 25 hours a week for 20 years. I'm
for 8 of those months a year.
Right. I only took 4 months of holiday a year. I've sweat to the but I kid the Europeans. They have a much more humane view of vacation. Oh man, I'll tell you a funny story. Well, he was right, but at the time I was very resentful. At one of the first jobs I worked, and I won't say what it is because I don't want to cast a bad light on the place. But I had applied for one job that I was super qualified for, and they didn't hire me for that. They hired another person who was from Canada, and they hired me for another job that I was far less qualified for and performed poorly at. Well, anyway, the guy gets there and immediately like doesn't work because he's so pissed off. And I'm like, and everybody's like, "What's going on, man?" And he's like, "We only get like 3 weeks of paid vacation." And we're all like, "Yeah." And he's like, "I want to start a union. I'm striking. This is bullshit." And like all the other horrible things at the place he didn't care about because for him it was all about vacation. So there's this real like, and now I see that, you know, he was right because people need to have time and work-life balance. And we talk about self-care now, even though nobody really means it. But at the time, like we were like those of us who were pissed off about the way things were, we were all like younger in our early mid-20s, and we were angry about all kinds of things that were happening at the company. And he was older and like came to like work with us to organize and kind of take our demands to management. But all he cared about was the vacation, and like all of our stuff, he was like, you're basically, he ended up ditching us and took another job almost instantly, left. I started saying, you know, you could have had me do the job. I wouldn't have even taken the vacation. But yeah, it was this real like, I guess the story went nowhere. But there are different cultural perspectives on things like vacation and self-care. And we would do well in the United States to really think about how much we are defined by our jobs. I think the pandemic actually has kind of jump-started that movement, but it seems to really only be benefiting the workers who are able to work remotely, for example, as opposed to the service workers and so-called essential workers. All right, enough of this politic, and we've got like 73 more announcements, but I'm excited to see full time. Sounds like it's up my alley. These are the politics that I care about.
We're not done with politics.
And it's only 88 minutes, so I can get back to work afterwards.
Next one, XYZ Films is releasing The Harbinger, and this one I kind of like the look of it, but I decided against this one, and now I'm kicking myself. A lot of people are saying this is a really creepy film, so I'm still thinking on this one. It says, when her oldest friend is plagued by horrific nightmares from the beyond, Monique is forced to travel to NYC. On the first night of the visit, Monique learns the dreams are contagious, and so is the Harbinger, the plague mask-wearing demon who not only feeds on its victims' souls, but warps reality itself to remove any trace of their existence.
Nice.
It sounds really cool. It's got a feature-length commentary with Andy Mitten and Gabby Beans, deleted and extended scenes, exclusive essay with author Paul G. Tremblay, alternate ending director's commentary that you can turn off and on. That's a weird way to put that on there. Raw take from alternate ending. Mavis calls Monique. They've got some other featurettes on here, extended and all that stuff. Yeah. What do you think of this one?
Well, I appreciate you can turn it off and on because I would not have that option. You know, it's funny. I looked at the cover and was like, oh, that looks like a plague mask. And then I looked at the description. I was like, it is a plague mask.
Yeah.
And then it reminded me of my hilarious daughter who first trick or treat as the pandemic restrictions were lifting a year or two ago, was like, I want to be a plague doctor. And I was like, how do you even know what that is? And she was like, I looked it up. And so she was going door to door with her fucking plague doctor mask on, asking for candy. And like, people were like, too soon, kid.
Oh, that's great.
I was so proud. I was also disturbed that I could find a plague doctor outfit that would fit someone who's 4 feet tall, you know, as a Halloween costume in 2021, you know, like that. It seems like poor taste.
Yeah.
But thank goodness, because she looked so cute.
Going on, Scolder. Wave says, need to watch a trailer on that one. Sounds interesting.
Yeah. I like creepy things that if I get bored, I can turn the commentary on. And then if it gets exciting, I can turn the commentary off.
It's a slow moment. Let's listen again. His speaking of politics and controversy, Decalogue. You can now order "The Heart Is Deceitful Above All Things" from 2004. Little known film by director Asia Argento.
Asia.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this film got almost universally terrible reviews, and
Across the board.
I disagree. I think this film is. Well, I would give the film a good review for many of the same reasons that people gave it a bad review. So, if I'm sure some people out there know the story of J.T. Leroy, right? The fictional author who was the pseudonym of Laura Albert, but she published several novels under this male persona, J.T. Leroy. And The Heart Is Deceitful Above All Things was one of them. And Asia Argento wrote and directed this as her second film as a director. And this was the film that she allegedly, well, it's actually been confirmed, but she claims she did not know he was underage, but she allegedly had a brief affair with I think he was 17 at the time, one of the male actors. And so when
wasn't the whole background that it didn't happen during this film, but she groomed him during this, and then the relationship happened later?
That's the story. That's the allegation. Their charges were later dropped, and there was some unclear. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm defending or attacking anybody. It's just that the reason I bring it up at all is because the lack of clarity over the conflicting stories and the different manifestations of mental illness by both Asia Argento and the accuser, who I won't name because I don't want to put into a. I mean, you can look it up easily, but I don't want to drag anybody's name. My point in bringing it up is that it kind of complicates some of the stuff that's in the film and makes some of the sequences and some of the themes, not to mention the fact that allegedly nobody at the time knew that J.T. Leroy was not really J.T. Leroy. So there's like all these layers of truth and lies and deception and personas and mental illness and etc. And then, of course, there was the tragedy of some of the things that happened in Argento's personal life later. She was one of the first Harvey Weinstein accusers and briefly a kind of paragon of the Me Too movement, and then got an accusation herself, which kind of complicated things. And regardless of her guilt or innocence, the media immediately like full misogyny at her, and there's just so many different complex layers that are outside of the film, but become part of the reception of the film now in 2023. The cast of the movie, I mean, you got Peter Fonda, you got Lydia Lunch. If anybody who appreciates great punk art will appreciate that Lydia Lunch has a fantastic part of it. And Jeremy Renner's in it. The Renovator.
And Cole and Dylan Sprouse. That's a big deal.
Yeah. So, I encourage people to see this film. This was the first thing that I got on announcement day. I'm so excited to watch this again, to upgrade my DVD of it. The tragedy of Anthony Bourdain and the way people blamed Asia Argento for Bourdain's.
It was tasteless.
I mean, I'm sure she's a lot, but come on. I have a lot of despite all this stuff, I have a lot of respect for Argento as an artist. I mean, she's had a long career. Obviously, we know her dad and her mom. So she's part of a filmmaking dynasty. as is Peter Fonda. So Planet Mondo is right. Grooming is grooming, if true. And if it is true, I certainly condemn it without reservation. She has acknowledged that there was a physical relationship between the two of them, but claims that she did not know that he was underage. That's troubling.
Especially if you're directing the film, you probably know the age of who's in the cast.
Yeah. So please don't get it twisted. Like, I've got respect for this film for everything that it represents, including the bad things about it. And I think that the lack of clarity on some of the allegations make the film more interesting and troubling, like things that I want to think about. I don't know. It sounds like I want to think about them. Things that I want to think about because I want to get clarity in my own mind. Like, how do you handle this is another example of how do you handle the troubling things about artists whose work you admire, right? Like, we don't know these people. So we don't necessarily admire the people, but because we admire their work, it creates some complicated feelings. So this is, I think, a perfect film for the catalog because it's so troubling and strange and weird and has so many layers to it. And regardless of what you think, it's worth watching and discussing.
And many people are choosing not to buy it because of that, and that is absolutely your right and a completely valid option. For those that are into it, one of the things that they did specify that was not in the post about the film release itself, on Twitter, they said this is a brand new 2023 2K restoration from the 35mm interpositive, shot on a mix of Super 16 DV and then output to 35mm. The original 16mm negs are missing. We believe fans will still appreciate the work that went into this release. This will have an audio commentary with the director, Ozia, and the producer, Chris Hansley. There's a behind-the-scenes featurette called Lot Lizards and Meth Labs. There's a featurette called JT Undercover, New York film premiere and party featurette, theatrical trailer, and then a book essay by filmmaker by Gillian Horvat. Yeah.
Definitely worth, like, even if you don't want to or care about this, want to watch this film or care about this film, check out, like, go to Wikipedia and read about JT Leroy and Laura Albert because it's such a really interesting story. And perhaps check out some of the novels. You don't have to, the film is obviously troubled for all the reasons that we mentioned, but that's not JT Leroy's fault. So check out the kind of performative experiment, right, of artistic identity. You've got a woman writer who creates a male alter ego, not unlike, Victorians like George Eliot.
Right.
Except this has meth. Lots and lots of meth.
Like my hometown.
Yeah. Well, George Eliot had opium dens, so, I mean, it's cool.
What's going on, Dale? Guarantee you half the stuff we watched from VS had questionable stuff happen during their filming. More than that, probably. Back then, it was the Wild West. Anything went. Why was having a pseudonym a scandal in JT Leroy's case?
Well, look it up, right? There's all kinds of stuff about gender identity and questions of quote unquote fraud and misrepresentation, because in order to keep the ruse up, she would never do any personal appearances. It was all interviews were done through like fax and phone and all kind of fax. Like, yeah, this is back in the day. We'll do a fax-based interview, FAX, just for the podcast listeners. So the whole story of JT Leroy is really, really interesting.
All right, going to the next one. Let's see. The next one is Midnight Spares, coming from Umbrella. This is from 1983, directed by Quentin Masters. 16-page comic book adaptation from Dark Oz. Never before released uncut alternate soundtrack. Audio commentary with producer Tom Burstall, moderated by Mark Hartley. Some not quite Hollywood stuff, and a visual essay on the director called The Reluctant Auteur.
Oh, man. for many bad reasons because of like lack of regulation, but Australian car chases are always more fun. Uh, I'm really looking forward to seeing this one.
I am too. Next up is Once a Month, coming from Connie releasing. Here's the front and the back on this release. This one says Nora Honor stars in what is often deemed her finest performance as Corazon de la Cruz, a Filipina nurse living near the U.S. Clark Air Base on Luzon Island. She dreams of a better life in the U.S. until the unspeakable happens. This looks fantastic. Connie does it again with some of their releases. They are just astonishing films, and I hope people are checking them out. This has a 2K restoration by ABS-CBN, like some of their other releases they've done so far. There's a featurette on the restoration itself, a before and after, a restoration trailer, and then a booklet with archival photographs courtesy of the Mole Fund Library and Audiovisual Archives, with new writing by scholars Jose B. Capino and John Labella. There's an interview with Digna Santiago, interview with Marina Fileo Gonzalez by critic Aaron Hunt, and new art by Luigi Almoena.
I would encourage everybody, if you haven't seen it, go back and watch the interview Ryan did with, what's his name from Connie?
Ariel Esteban Calle.
Yes.
Or Ariel Esteban Calle, sorry.
I think the last time I hyped this interview, I forgot his name also. But it is a great one, and it'll really make you fall in love with the label. And the stuff they put out has so far been, for me, like hit after hit. Just really great films, and this looks really interesting.
I agree.
Because the only Filipino cinema I know is like Roger Corman stuff, Carlos Santiago and whatnot. This is an art film. I need to see this.
Well, and if I remember right, one of the things that they said in the interview with them is that the actual Filipino productions, Connie is like the first U.S. Blu-ray release of that ever, of any Filipino film.
Yeah.
So that is astonishing.
Yeah.
Straight out the bat says it's missing reels. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, where does it say that? Oh no. Oh, that's frustrating.
It says directed by Lupita Aquino Kashiwahara. Once a Month is a long lost, rarely seen landmark of Filipino cinema.
I see.
Here miraculously salvaged and restored despite weather-worn elements and a missing first reel. A timeless, galvanizing, anti-imperialist classic conceived as a protest film against the unending occupation of the Philippines by foreign powers. It gives their wings back to those attracted and irrevocably burned by the flame of the American dream.
Still, I got to see this, not to fetishize it, but also the fact that this is a woman director in a cinema that I just don't know a whole lot about. I'm looking through her filmography now, and okay.
There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, man. I'm all over this one.
Yeah. So, yeah, if you're interested in Filipino cinema, Connie is literally the place to go right now.
Absolutely.
Next up, one that has gotten a very mixed reaction, even though this limited slip sold out very quickly, I believe. Enjoy the Ride Records, or ETR Media, however you want to call it. They are putting out The Outwaters. That is a 2023 film. And this one has some very interesting, like, divisive reviews and responses to this. Essentially, somebody was saying it's similar to Skinamarink, and I hated that one.
Oh, man. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, this one's tough. This one says, let chaos take you to a place beyond the hills where thunder echoes off the canyons and choirs of coyotes pierce the midnight sky. Deep in the Mojave Desert, under a scorching blood-red sun, 4 travelers have set up camp. They came to make art. They came to commune with nature. They came to laugh and sing and love. They came to vanish. One fateful night, the group is thrust into a feverish tornado of flayed flesh and mind-boggling monstrosities, the likes of which mere humans simply cannot fathom. In a stretch of land once covered by shallow Paleozoic seas, what horrors might surface? An owl's cry, the rattlesnake's hiss, a wail in the darkness. There is no mirage. This is really happening.
Okay, first of all, Choirs of Coyotes has to be an album title for Caius. And an owl's cry, the rattlesnake's hiss, a wall in the darkness, this is no mirage, this is really happening, have to be lyrics from a Caius song. I feel like this film is the Caius reunion album. Never mind Queens of the Stone Age. Going back to Caius, the true avatar of southwestern stoner rock. Yeah, that description sells it, but when you said Skinamarink, I was like, ew, I don't know about that. Yeah. I like scripts. I'm a big fan of scripts.
So obviously, this is just adding to the ETR media drama from the last handful of months that have been happening. A lot of people upset with their releases, and that means it's time for me to hide this so we can talk about one of their other releases and throw some more shade. I love ETR as a record label. They've done great on that. Have you heard the latest round of scandals going on with them at the moment?
Have not.
You have not. So let me share my screen just so people can remember what release I'm talking about. Just recently, they put out this film, Graveyard Alive. Do you remember when we talked about this?
Yeah, and I was like, nah, I'll pass on that. Yeah.
So this is selling decently. It had 1,000 units. It's only sold 536 of their slips. This is already placed in the going out of print section because it appears people are trying to separate from this release. The reason being, this did not get a new restoration. It is in the wrong aspect ratio, and they're not replacing the disc at all.
Yikes.
This is an embarrassing release. I don't understand how this is standing. If I had purchased this release, I would have been pretty upset.
Yeah, I'm glad to know. Meanwhile, respect to Vinegar Syndrome, who's replacing all the Showgirls discs that have sound problems that most of us would probably never notice.
This is true. And when you do that, you get more respect as a label, as a company, and people are happy. So that shows you the very different situation there. ETR, again, Ross has been on the channel. I love the dude. I would also say this to his face. I don't understand why this is happening, why this has happened multiple times now. And I hope that somebody helps him get his stuff together. I
hope it's growing pains, but what's the deal with not doing a replacement? I mean, that makes no sense. And it's weird because some of their earlier documentaries I thought were pretty good, and they've released a couple really good films, but lately, I've stayed away. And I haven't even known about the problems of just the releases. I've been like, nah, not really my alley.
Well, and that's the thing. They're not even acknowledging it. They won't come out and say that there's errors. It's people that bought it that have noticed the errors. And when you're relying on that type of response, man, not nearly as much respect as there could be for a company like that.
Well, and if you're the filmmakers, and you've got your movie's getting sent out in the wrong aspect ratio, shit, that's
the interview I did with the guy who did the Clue documentary, that was from ETR Media. He had special features for his documentary that they forgot to put on the disc. So he's telling everybody, when you buy the disc, here's the link to go find it on my website.
Literally forgot?
I mean, they've not even acknowledged it, but he got the disc, and it's on the back of it, it is advertised that they're on the disc, and they're not on there.
Huh.
So
yeah. Scream Queen was good.
Scream Queen is a great release. They also did Lieutenant Jangles very well.
Yeah.
They did Commando Ninja very well.
Yeah, I picked that up in the sale.
Yeah.
It doesn't look that good, but I was like, I'll check it out.
All right. Let's bring up the next one again, which this one is going to be great. Pied Piper, which is the second Kickstarter that Deaf Crocodile had put out. This is finally coming out as a regular release from Vinegar Syndrome, from the website as well. This is the front of the slip. This is the back. And keep in mind that the Kickstarter also had an exclusive slipcover. A lot of people are a little bit happier with this slipcover art, but they both look pretty good in my opinion. This one, new restoration that was done by an individual in Europe and also Craig Rogers of Deaf Crocodile himself. There's a new restoration of a rare short film, The Vanished World of Gloves. And then there is a behind-the-scenes documentary on the making of this. It is 13 minutes long. It's in Czech with English subs. New video interview with the director, which is great. Dennis Bartok interviews him. New video interview, commentary by Czech film expert Irina Kovarova of Comeback Company and film critic historian Peter Haynes. There's a booklet essay by Irina Kovarova as well. And yeah, this looks great. Fidelity and Motion did the Blu-ray authoring. You know it's going to look good.
Yeah. I don't know how sustainable it is, but I like the Kickstarter work that Deaf Crocodile is doing. I didn't support Pied Piper, but it was because it was already taken care of before I knew about it. But I have been supporting a lot of silent film restorations that I forget the name of the place it's been doing. But I like this as an avenue to fund restorations for films that you might not feel are commercial enough to be, or you might not have the funds immediately to do the investment. Deaf Crocodile, without exception, their catalog has been vital, right? These are films from a region that, I mean, we have a lot of Czech films, we have a lot of Polish films, we have, but these have never been, in the public eye. I'm so excited about Pied Piper and several other recent releases that I haven't picked up yet, but I'm gonna love Deaf Crocodile. Love them.
Joe Jack says, is this totally silent? I don't think this is. I don't think this is silent at all. I may be wrong, but I did not think so. Carrie Mulligan just watched an awesome 70s Soviet film called The Big Space Travel last night.
Ooh.
Nice. Deaf Crocodile, by the way, is launching their next Kickstarter literally in 4 days. On Monday, when that launches, you can look forward to a new interview catching up with them on this channel that was recorded on the 4th of July. And it's a pretty good one. We actually discuss the merits of continuing with Kickstarter, like Will just alluded to, and if that's something that can be lasting, and why they even have to do it. Reminder that the first time I interviewed them, they said that a good 4K restoration costs between $50,000 and $75,000, and for a small company like Deaf Crocodile, that is a lot just to just kind of sign a check over for. And it's not something that you can just have people do for free either. And a film like this likely would not have been restored without it.
Yeah, that's a huge investment, especially if you're doing, like, what's their print run, like 2,000 or 3,000?
This one, the VS site had 2,000 run on the slipcover. Obviously, they're over time probably going to sell another 1,000 to 2,000 total.
But 2,000 at basically $20 a pop, right? For most of the people that buy it. I'd like to say that I could multiply 2,000 by 20 in my head. Can you?
2,000 by 20 is 400,000.
So, like, if they sell every single copy, they can make maybe a $300,000 profit, which might sound like a lot to poor ass people like me, but that's
Well, and that was excluding.
Oh yeah, that's just the restoration.
Yeah, that's excluding all of the special features, all of the materials.
So maybe a
$200,000
profit. Maybe.
No,
not even.
Way less than that. Way less than 100,000.
You know how earlier I said I wasn't a businessman.
It's showing right there. Yeah,
it's showing right.
This is not going to make Deaf Crocodile $200,000. I'm sorry. Deaf Crocodile's barely making anything to keep going.
$39.99. Here's your half.
So Joe Jack says it does say silent on the VS listing. And looking that up, yeah, I was not able to put that on there. Yeah, it looks like it's silent. And the film itself is 53 minutes. But a lot of the stuff that is extras on this is what's going to make it great as well. Reminder, too, I believe this is the one that was all stop motion.
Yeah.
So that's probably the reason why it was silent.
It's got some tunes, though.
Yeah, of course.
Some music. Yeah, I mean, oh, man. Well, hey, just to give people an idea about how small profit margins are, the Toby Hooper book that I co-edited with my partner, Chris Woofter, we sold out. We're almost completely sold out of our hardback run. And we are going to get a paperback, which I'll give more information about later. But it's going to be coinciding with the 50th anniversary of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But this book that took 3 years to put together and get published and distributed, and we got our first royalty check, and it was like $173 a piece. Right, and that's pretty good. That's like, we were like, wow, we really sold a lot of books.
Right.
$173. That's not even a power bill, man.
I'm going to point out our stupidity thanks to Dell. 2,000 releases times $20 is only $40,000.
We said 400,000. And then I went with it. I was like, wow, they might make
Yeah, no. Nothing like that. But also, it's not all subscribers that are purchasing that either. Right. You're going to get some people buying it at $27.99. Subscribers, they do get it for $20. But even then, it's a very low price. Like, I give one of the pieces of the interview out that's going to air on Monday. They just had that Showroom Mokri box set go on sale this week through one of the subscriber week sales, and it was at like $25. Dennis and Craig said that they messaged Vinegar Syndrome and said, that's below cost. Are you sure that that's the right price? So keep in mind, that's a very low price.
Yeah.
They're not making a whole lot at all.
I just want to say I used my calculator, and Dell Movies is correct. 2,000 times 20 is 40,000, not 400,000.
Yes, and if I wasn't trying to finish sending the email I was sending while doing that, I could have done the math as well.
Yeah, right.
Sibner, you are correct. That restoration probably did not cost as much as a 4K restoration of a 95-minute movie. However, they are restoring the short films with it as well. So yes, it does bring it up around the same price. Brian, it looks like you are behind on the stream, and when you catch up, you'll realize that we know that we're idiots.
Oh, man, I knew I was an idiot before we started. I just want to make that clear. like I'm not defending Asia Argento. I am not doing math. I am not a businessman. I'm barely even a doctor. Like, I went to a public school.
So you're basically a dentist.
Oh, man, I wish.
Let's go to the next one before we get in more trouble. Big World Pictures, which has not been releasing a whole lot, but they are putting out Ramini from 2022. This is the front of the slip, and here is the back. Very white space indeed. This says Richie Bravo, once upon a time a successful Austrian pop star, chases after his faded fame in wintry Rimini, Italy. He funds his dissolute lifestyle and addiction to gambling with concerts for busloads of German-speaking tourists and sexual favors for his female fans. Wow. His world starts to collapse when his adult daughter suddenly breaks into his life and demands money from him that she feels he owes her. Meanwhile, his elderly father, who suffers from dementia, goes round and round in circles in an Austrian nursing home as his condition steadily declines. This says it has a Region A Blu-ray, a trailer, and a CD soundtrack. That's it.
Well, gosh, that sounds like a poppy, upbeat soundtrack for sure. Because I'm just imagining the Eurovision pop songs. That must be. Paul Huggins is right. The wrestler is lounge singer. I like that. I'm interested in seeing this, actually. This sounds like exactly the kind of depressing downer story that appeals to me.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Question from Planet Mondo. So how do any of these companies make any money if the restoration, packaging, bonus features put them in a hole? Seems like a scary business to get into. And the short answer is it is a scary business to get into. The longer answer is they don't pay for a restoration for every release. In many cases, you license the restoration itself that has already been completed. And on those, you pay a little less of a fee because somebody else has already paid for that entire restoration. And you hope to make some of the money on some releases, and that's going to fund some of the other releases. So it goes up and down. You choose to support them or not, and that's where they hope that you align with their taste and keeps them running.
2 words, lobby cards.
We'll talk about those lobby cards in just a little bit, I promise.
I hope they all stay in business. What else are we going to talk about?
It's a good question. Next up is the Tortured Soul trilogy, which was the highlight of the interview that I put up this week with Ross Snyder from Saturn's Core. This is pretty great because hardly anybody had seen this. This is a trilogy of shot-on-video madness that came out from the Minnesota area, and this is from 1992 all the way through 2004. Special features on everything. Lots of great stuff coming with this one. Slipcover art looks fantastic. The stories sound like a lot of fun, and it sounds very depraved.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this in part because I want to see the regional accent situation.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Minnesotan accent, the North and South Dakotan accent, that northern Midwest accent, especially when they're in dramatic and violent situations. Now, I say this as someone who grew up in Rocky Gap, Virginia, with a very thick Appalachian hillbilly accent. So this is not a judgment. I just really like listening to these regional accents.
I agree.
You know, when I was a kid, and you can probably tell, but they taught us. They taught us to watch like newscasts and practice doing the like non-accent.
Yep.
And they told us they were like, people think you're stupid if you talk like yourself. And it's true. Like whenever I'm like doing an impression of some idiot, I'm always like, well, well, they're always putting it up in my face. I don't judge any person, but they shouldn't be putting it in my face. Right? Like, you always do a hillbilly accent when you're doing some intolerant bigot, which is exactly why they taught us to get rid of our accents. True. So no one will know I'm an intolerant bigot.
Sibner says people subscribing up front for a whole year does bring funds in quicker. Yeah, but that's only Vinegar Syndrome.
Right.
Vinegar Syndrome has nothing to do with Deaf Crocodile or any of these partner labels. And I guess other than Vinegar Syndrome, there's Radiance that has done one. TerraVision has the subscription. Oscilloscope technically has the subscription. Gosh, I think there's one or two more. Maybe not. I know people probably don't remember, but way back in the day when the Arrow first started, Arrow actually had a subscription for their first 3 years, just like Radiance did.
Did they really?
They did. Long time ago. And people, that one, I don't remember the cost on that one, but I remember that they got way more than what they paid for originally.
Well, that explains why they don't do it anymore.
Probably. Next up is a double feature of two homosexual films by Eloy de la Iglesia from 1977 and 78, coming from Altered Innocence. This is a director that's gotten a lot of love over the last couple of years through some of these boutiques. And unfortunately, I got links for screeners for these and have not been able to see them yet. But these look really good, actually.
Yeah, it does. Why does it say I don't know. For some reason, the two homosexual films, for some reason, strikes me as odd. Like why phrase it quite that way?
I believe they're highlighting it because of the government in that time. It was a wild thing for him to be able to produce these at all.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's because I'm so used to different terminology now. It's no criticism. Like, this is 100%. Can't wait to see. Can't wait to pick up. I don't know. It's like two. I guess I don't know. It might be like an English teacher thing, Emmy, that's like saying, shouldn't it be like two films about homosexual characters as opposed to two homosexual films? I don't know, but. And one curious short film, says Paul Higgins. That's funny.
This says Spanish director Eloy de la Iglesia is least credited with directing the first two openly homosexual films in Spain, Hidden Pleasures and Confessions of a Congressman.
Big deal for real.
This is coming with a video essay by Alexandra Heller-Nicholas, which is going to be great, I'm sure. Sex Post-Franco, The Queer Sensibility of Eloy de la Iglesia, which is a video essay by Lee Gambin, who is one of the producers out of Australia. And then the original Spanish trailer for El Dupitado. Other trailers and English subs, of course. Looks like a solid release from Altered Innocence. Again, just putting out incredible, important films.
Yeah, Altered Innocence is... I mean, there are many of the OCN labels are great, but Altered Innocence is really doing the... I almost said doing the Lord's work. That might be controversial,
just a little bit,
but they're doing such wonderful work for humanity, and not to mention, such underseen. I mean, for these films to be available for, how do I put it, right? Like, to be available and to be marketed to heterosexual audiences, right? Like, I think it's amazing. It's great. I've picked up almost everything. DC Ibner saw Post Franco and thought they meant Jess Franco. Francisco Franco and Jess Franco are not related in any way. So I'm glad you brought that up, because it's important to make that distinction. These might be the two or some of the two most important announcements of the week for sure. I'm excited about it.
I would agree there. Next up is an AGFA release called A Video Diary of a Lost Girl from 2012. This is another one that sold like hotcakes. I can't remember if this one is fully sold out yet or not. I think it is.
Close. When I looked earlier today, it was close to, so it might
got
be.
It. This is the feature film debut from Lindsay Denneberg and co-writer Chris Shields. This is a hypercolor dreamland that combines a love for genre film history with a gorgeous handmade aesthetic. This is from 2012, 96 minutes long, preserved from the original digital video master, commentary with the director, star Chris McKever, and film programmer Christina Cazziapo. Commentary with Lindsay Denneberg, co-writer and star Chris Shields, and the star Casey Puccini. Behind-the-scenes featurette, outtakes, trailers, short films, photo gallery, and subs, of course. Yeah. What'd you think of this one?
I'm vaguely familiar with Lindsay Denneberg because she does some stuff with like the Chicago filmmaking teaching and stuff. Haven't seen this. Very interested in it. Certainly, to say you're influenced by Liquid Sky, Rockula Heathers, and Dead Ringers, that's a high bar.
It is.
So let's go. I'll check it out.
And they're calling it an experimental horror comedy.
Right. On her faculty page, she says she's been that's her main genre. So
I'm curious to see this one. I did not pick this one up yet, but AGFA, they deliver some of the most out there things that no one else would be releasing. So
yeah,
happy that it's going out there.
Very much.
Speaking of that, they are re-releasing Wakaliwood Super Action Volume 1 from 2010. This is now going to have a slipcover for their previous release. Everything looks the same. You got Who Killed Captain Alex and Bad Black on here. If you have not seen these are really fun. These are wild.
It took me days to realize that this was a re-release. I was like, why are they calling it Volume 1? Because the slipcover is different. And then I was like, oh, wait, it's the same movies. Okay, great.
Exactly. Joe Jack says, I never like AGFA slips, but I love this slipcover. I agree with both sentiments of that. I think this is a great choice for this slip.
Yeah.
Solid release. If you've never seen these, 100% worth it. It's Ugandan films, and you just gotta kind of have to see these, especially Who Killed Captain Alex. This is so worth it. This is important, inspiring, wonderful. You should be able to see both of those films pretty much anywhere. It might be slightly less quality, but the features are going to be great on here too. Next up, VHS Hitfest put out an Adjust Your Tracking shirt as well.
That's cool.
And yeah, it's really good. And then, of course, the Film Desk put out some books. Conversations with Kiarostami, In the Time of Kiarostami, and Time Tells. If those are not already sold out, they will probably be back eventually. They've returned all of their books to the website eventually so far. So yeah, I'd count on those doing the same.
Great.
Then Vinegar Syndrome posted a ton of novelizations on the site, and by the time I'd even been able to post these, multiple ones had sold out. They had Creature, Titan Find, Hellraiser Bloodline, Manborg, Wishmaster, Scared to Death, Vamp, Hot Spices, The Author's Cut. A lot of these, if not all of them, are probably sold out by now.
I didn't know about these. I need to get in on this action. I would love to do a novelization of... I could be the official Jim Wynorski novelizer.
Oh, man. Like 18 pages opening for The Hills Have Thighs. Yeah.
Oh, the descriptions. The purplest prose.
The rump roast that would happen in that book. Yeah, these, if you are into these, you pretty much have to be there when these things go live nowadays. It's crazy how fast some of this stuff sells out.
Yeah, that's amazing. I haven't checked any of these out, but I really love the novelizations that Severin does with Brad. What's his name? Gosh, I'm terrible. Now I'm terrible at promoting. Did you know his name?
No, I said Brad Pitt.
Henderson, maybe?
Henderson is from TerraVision.
You're right.
Sivner says VS has also started issuing bundle starter packs for certain genres of Blu-rays. What's wild, they've been doing that for the last 18 months. They just don't advertise it.
Brad Carter.
That's his name.
He does Severin books. Okay.
Yeah, the bundle starter packs, you just kind of have to stumble across them.
Huh.
But yeah, they are there, and usually there's at least excuse me, slightly discounted.
I'm going to contact Rare Picks.
Hey, do that.
And Make Flicks, sorry, and ask them if I can do some Jim Wynorski novelizations.
They would say yes in a heartbeat.
Oh my God, a 20-page description of a single bead of sweat traveling down the thigh. This could be my new career.
Next up, Vinegar Syndrome gave some hints and reveals for the rest of 2023, and there's a lot here. So one of the things, an important quote from this, September is going to lead with the world Blu-ray debut of the star-studded proto-slasher Arnold, the first of many titles to come from a new deal with Paramount.
Okay.
So with that, a lot of heat is rising up on that rumor about them putting out Looking for Mr. Goodbar. You know that's been hinted at before, right?
Looking for Mr. Goodbar?
Yeah.
I mean,
the rumor is it's the next VSU.
I mean, great. It's not a film that's like on my wish list. I'll be glad to, I've seen it on VHS and it's a good movie, but it's not like my favorite. Is that the wrong thing to say? I'm excited. Oh my God.
No.
What a coup.
Feel how you're going to feel. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the things that we have had revealed, August is going to have 3 Vinegar Syndrome releases, including a 4-film Blu-ray box set, including Beaks from German Shocker, a German Shocker UHD and Brazilian Exploitation double feature Blu-ray.
Cool.
So even though it's 3 releases, it's 7 films. And that also this, I'm not going to confirm this necessarily, but Beaks is produced or directed by Cardona, which means it's probably going to be the second set of the Cardona films finally.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Then in September, 4 Vinegar Syndrome releases, including Arnold, Evil Judgment, an early 80s Hong Kong horror, and a regional horror double feature. I'm curious if that regional horror double feature might be the next in the drive-in update that they started to do again last year, because we haven't gotten anything since that Stanley and whatever the other title was that came out last May or whatever it was. Then October, 4 Vinegar Syndrome releases, including a never on disc slasher, Notorious Trauma Classic UHD, a Grizzly Golden Age slasher on UHD, and a Notorious German Gorefest on UHD.
Notorious. I have like 2 trauma movies on my wish list, and I hope it's one of them, although I don't think either of the one on my wish list are notorious by my standards. So
Sergeant Kabuki Man?
No, well, these are trauma licensed, not trauma studio, right?
Most likely, but that's not confirmed necessarily.
Right. No, the 2 on my wish list are Killer Condom and Merchants of Death, starring and produced by PJ Souls.
Yeah. Then in November, 5 Vinegar Syndrome releases total, including Prophecy 1 through 3 4K set with exclusive restorations and extras. Now, they said that specifically because Via Vision or Umbrella, somebody over there, they just released or announced a box set.
All 5. All 5.
Then, on top of that, they're finally releasing that 10-film collection that they hinted at. Those are, remember, all new films to Vinegar Syndrome. They're not putting out anything that was on DVD prior. These are 10 brand new films to celebrate their 10-year anniversary. A never on disc slasher, and then 2 shocking surprise titles.
All right, now those 3 things are more important than the thing that I want to focus on, but I want all 5 Prophecy movies.
I believe those aren't they at different studios?
Probably, but now I'm going to have to double dip, man. Even though about 2 hours ago I said I don't mind that the companies often create competing titles, but now it affects me personally. Yeah. Well, the Prophecy series, if people haven't seen all 5 of them, you should. Yeah, they get they keep getting crazier.
Christopher Walken's all over it.
Yeah. Well, he's not in the last 2, but MTV VJ and side star of Anaconda, Carrie Wurr, is, and she's great, I think.
MTV VJ, yeah.
She was a VJ, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
How do these sets get released? Asks Sibner. Is it out in a box, stacked discs? I mean, obviously, we don't know yet. We'd only be speculating. My guess, no stacked discs. I don't think Vinegar Syndrome would do that.
That's a Mill Creek kind of move.
I could see them doing slimline cases to keep the box around the same size as some of their other previous boxes. But I could also see them doing a giant box with 10 full-size cases in it, or 5 with 2 discs in each one. Honestly, that's probably the way to go there. 5 regular size cases with reversible art.
Yeah, could be.
Most likely. All right. How do they do the 5-disc set? It's not a 5-disc set. I believe the 5 film sets were 2 discs only.
Yeah. 2 or 3. Yeah, 2.
Carrie Wurr was one of the hosts of the 80s MTV game shows Remote Control.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a good show.
Next up, we got 2 more releases. Go ahead.
Let's pour one out for MTV, man. That it sucked for so long, and the Real World was the beginning of the end, but it used to be so important. And I miss it. Most of the time I spend on YouTube is looking at old episodes of 120 minutes. And Yo MTV Raps and Headbangers Ball. Yeah.
Headbangers Ball.
And you remember Liquid Television? Man, that was like that was the avant-garde, cutting-edge animation. Aeon Flux and the early Beavis and Butthead stuff, but all the other stuff. Yeah, man. The Max. Sad death. 25 years ago, Joe Jack says, has it been that long? I guess it has.
Like I said, there was 2 announcements that I had to repost because Instagram and Facebook sucked. The first is Yellow Veil. They are releasing Falcon Lake. This one, the limited slip is still in stock, and this one's supposedly pretty good. This is a love and ghost story. A shy teenager on vacation experiences the joy and pain of first love when he forges a bond with an older girl. This is a 2022 film that includes a behind-the-scenes documentary with interviews from the director, storyboard to scenes featurette, a theatrical and international trailer, and then an essay by Jessica King.
See, this is the kind of plot that can happen when you have a humane holiday schedule. You know?
That's true. Yeah.
Like I would never forge an experience with a ghostly older girl while on vacation because
the vacation's a weekend.
I would be like so.
Paul says it'd be hilarious if the 10 film set was for the Hellraiser films. And it comes in a lament configuration you have to solve to open. Oh my gosh.
I like Carrie Mulligan's idea, 4K Carrie Wurr collection.
So many long out of print or never released on disc late night cable films.
Yeah.
Please give us more of those.
Give us a Carrie Wurr and a Shannon Tweed collection. Two box sets that are long overdue.
Let's come back to this one in just a second. Let's talk about Delirium first. This is one of the Vinegar Syndrome announcements that should have been included earlier.
Yes.
This is from 1972, and man, does this slipcover look wild.
Well, Blue Underground put this out as a DVD. It's a pretty good film. I got to pour one out. I got to go to my collection earlier this week and pull the DVD out and put it in my for sale pile.
So this one has a wild synopsis. It says a vicious sex killer has been preying on pretty young women, leaving a trail of nude and mangled bodies. Little do they know that respected local physician Dr. Herbert Leotic, that's probably not how you say that, has been responsible for the ongoing violence. His wife, Marcia, senses something amiss about her husband's erratic behaviors and mood swings, but her frustration mainly lies in his impotence, which prevents them from enjoying a satisfying marriage.
That'll do it.
And which she believes might be triggered by her husband's bizarre and sadomasochistic nightmares. After a witness emerges who who fingers Dr. Lutic as having been seen with the latest
What?
victim. That's what it says. I didn't make it up. The police finally feel convinced that they've got their man. However, no sooner than the good doctor is in custody does another murder occur, one with jarring similarities to his own crimes. Long considered one of the most shocking and controversial jolly to emerge from the genre's golden age, Italian provocateur Renato Poselli's Monster of the Opera Delirium has come to be considered this director's crowning achievement, and this is going to have a new 4K restoration from its 35mm OCN. It's got the original Italian language soundtrack with new English subs, commentary with Troy Howarth and Eugenio Ercolani, who did a bunch of the interviews for this. There is a portrait piece on the director, Renato Poselli, by his daughter, a never-before-seen archival interview with actor Mickey Hargitay, filmmaker and historian Luca Ray on the career of his friend Renato Poselli, Ernesto Gastaldi on his Gothic collaborations with Renato Poselli, and an archival interview with the director and actor Mickey Hargitay. There's also the alternate 86-minute American version of Delirium sourced from video.
Boo. I mean, I'm glad it's there, but I'm not going to watch that shit.
Wow. So
we said whoa at the same time. Thanks, DC Ebner.
Don't zoom too close. Hold on. Let me zoom too close. Like, is it actually visible?
Be careful now. You know what happened to Severin and Trauma?
One of them kind of is. Did I change the? No, I didn't change the picture. Okay, now it's back. Yeah, that's a wild slipcover for this, but I mean, it does sound like it fits the film.
Am I gonna have to go to your Instagram to see it? Or wait, is this it? I don't see it.
Is it?
Oh my.
Yes.
I like the fingers.
Very detailed. Very, very detailed. So this looks great. Glad they're putting this out.
My goodness. Yeah. It's a good film. Blue Underground is not upgrading most of its back catalog, so it's great to see some of their lesser-known titles getting upgraded like this. And Delirium's that description is not totally hyperbolic. It's a pretty intense movie.
Well, on that note, it is also official that Culture Shock Releasing is leaving OCN Distribution as a partner label. They came out with a statement that says, the cat is out of the bag, and as of today, Culture Shock Releasing is leaving OCN after an incredible 2 years with the Vinegar Syndrome sister company. We have already set up shop with another company, but the announcement about where we are going will have to wait until the official press release, which is not far off. We already have a bunch of titles set up to be released before the end of the year, including horror films from the 1980s and 1990s, Late Night Classics Volume 2, and more recent cinema. Fingers crossed that our fans join us for what are exciting times, as our brand is only going to get bigger and better from here forward.
And that company's name? Frank Stallone.
So yes, Culture Shock is leaving OCN, going with another one that they're possibly going to be a partner label for. What is sad here to a lot of people that I have to acknowledge that makes this tough for some people is mostly the shipping for films. So no matter who they go with, it's not going to be as simple as throw it in your subscriber package. If you are a Vinegar Syndrome subscriber, it is something that if you're in Europe, if you're in Canada, no matter where they go, it will probably cost more to get their releases. And I do acknowledge that. However, I do also want to point out that Culture Shock was a label before they went to Vinegar Syndrome. They will continue to be a label, and they will continue to do really great stuff. There will be an interview with them on this channel before the end of the year, I promise. I've been trying to get them for a year, and we have settled on when we are recording. It's not in the next month or anything, but it is coming. That being said, there are a lot of people in like Facebook groups and Reddit and stuff like that that are speculating on why brands, brands are leaving OCN. We don't know the inside story. It's not really great or healthy to post out their reasons why these labels are leaving unless they say it. Mm-hmm. In all reality, it's just not necessarily the right partnership. As far as I'm aware, there's not really bad blood between OCN and any of these labels that are on their roster or anything. It's not like people are fully upset. We've had now, this will be the third one that is left with Fun City, TerraVision, and Culture Shock. TerraVision, they've done all kinds of shit since they've left. Fun City, they've released one or two titles since they've released, and they've already got 2 more on the way that you can pre-order now. Culture Shock sounds like they've already got lots of stuff lined up for the rest of the year. It should be a good thing for them all around. And if it makes them more money and they can put out more films, I am a fan of it.
Yeah, just business.
Exactly.
Which is what Michael Jackson said to Paul McCartney when he bought the rights to the Beatles music out from under him.
And then held him tight for a long time.
Yeah. But that being said, it doesn't always have to be that way.
We shall see. Time will tell.
Man, as long as I keep getting my movies.
We're not even done with the Vinegar Syndrome and OCN stuff. This is going to be a long show, man. Altered Innocence is releasing the second film this month from their label, and that is The Hole in the Fence.
Oh, yeah.
This one sounds amazing. This says, at a secluded exclusive summer camp in the Mexican countryside under the watchful eyes of their adult guardians, boys from a prestigious private school receive physical, moral, and religious training to turn them into tomorrow's elite. The discovery of a hole in the fence sets in motion a change of disturbing events as the boys devolve into a Lord of the Flies-like mob mentality that creates and spreads hysteria in this profoundly disturbing coming-of-age drama that unravels like a horror movie while drawing on actual events.
Goodness.
This sounds amazing. This is region free, has a featurette on casting the film, inside the acting workshops, making a featurette, some deleted scenes, a trailer or 3, and subs, of course.
Well, I like seeing rich kids getting hurt. You know?
Yep.
Teach them a little bit about life, you know? You need to get some calluses on them hands, son. You know, I got a cousin who got sent to a boarding school with Donald Trump Jr. And he says, he's not giving me permission to share this, but I don't care. He says that Donald Trump Jr. was relentlessly bullied because everyone, you know, thought his dad was a joke. And he feels like that might have contributed to the situation we have in our nation today. I can't confirm that's true. I rarely see my cousin. Obviously, he lives in a different stratosphere. But that's the story. That's the story. Apparently, there was some social abuse vetted upon the scion of the Trump dynasty.
I'm shocked. Well, not that shocked.
Won't say he didn't deserve it.
Some Vinegar Syndrome updates that they also posted about their upcoming adult slate. It appears
what the hell?
Will be melusine.com. They had linked that. And then somebody that is close to the situation DM'd me and said, where'd you hear that? So that may not be the case. Not entirely sure here. But they said, as you may know, we're spinning off our hardcore and sexploitation catalog onto its very own site, and that means way more movies and lines to enjoy. In addition to Peakorama, which will continue to provide hardcore double features, look forward to the introduction of our new flagship branding for hardcore UHDs called Melusine, Melusine. I'm probably saying that wrong. We'll figure this out. Plus Quality X for the most esteemed in hardcore single features, and distrib picks. And distrib picks for all things sexploitation. Note that the hardcore titles in the distrib picks catalog will be released under the Melusine, Quality X, and Peakorama brandings, plus the complete Command Cinema collection, some of which will also be making the leap to 4K. Starting in August, there will be at least 2 new hardcore and or sexploitation releases every month, and all of them will be available to subscribers for 50% off the SRP.
So this reminds me, recently Full Moon had to spin off its softcore titles into its own like Roku channel. And so I assume this has something to do with somebody they have a partnership with being like, hey, I'd rather not be having my titles up there with stiff competition. But this seems complicated.
It does a little bit, yeah.
So it's one website, but it's got 4 different brands?
I mean, just like Vinegar Syndrome has like 29 brands now at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's true. But like, okay, so Melusine is like, all right, wait. So Melusine is the website. And then there's
maybe. They've not announced that yet.
All right. Well, Quality X is like good pornos. And Picorama is like regular pornos. And then what's Distribupix?
Distribupix, first off, that was a brand that was being used previously to put out some of the Command Cinema stuff. But this says for Distribupix, for all things sexploitation.
Oh, okay. So that could be the softcore stuff.
Could be.
Oh, wow. Well, they're going to have to be clear on those. They're going to have to be clear on the back covers. What's what?
That's going to be a lot of different spine numbers for people.
Right? Well, all right. You know, I was looking at because I'm such a nerd, I was going through and like checking on quantities and everything today, and noticed that that all of the my spreadsheet previously had all the Picorama stuff and all the non-Picorama stuff that's Vinegar Syndrome and VSA, VSU, whatever, in one thing, and then all of a sudden all that stuff disappeared, so I had to make separate lists and realized that it let me realize just how many titles I have inadvertently acquired over the years of the Vinegar Syndrome, like non-hardcore stuff. And what is my point in rambling on about this? Oh yeah, like wow, like whatever. It's more complicated, but fine.
Either way, all of us can only speculate about why this is happening. Common theories at the moment are studios not wanting their titles listed next to something like Stiff Competition or some other adult title, or issues with the payment servicers, which is very possible. I mean,
oh, yeah, that's true.
eBay stopped selling adult titles because PayPal wouldn't process payments with it.
Oh, yeah. And I noticed that some states, due to passing some laws, have been blocked from certain tube sites. So,
Utah can't get on Pornhub. Yes, that is correct.
Virginia as well. Not that I've been testing it. That's interesting. Well, you know, the really important thing is that I've been sending Vinegar Syndrome emails for years, usually late at night when I'm drunk and about to fall asleep. Like, when are we going to get Wes Craven's Angela the Fireworks Woman? And I hope that Mescaline can make it happen.
That would be swell. Time will tell. I know that one's been on everybody's wish list for a long time, so we shall.
It's a legit good movie.
Yes, and obviously, not to say that this is necessarily the reason, but think about what we just said about Vinegar Syndrome. Paramount announcing a partnership in September or October or whatever, and this is happening in August. It very well could be Paramount said, if you want a partnership, get rid of all this adult stuff.
Yeah, but it seems to me that Paramount should be the name of the new hardcore site.
ParamountPorn.com. Buy that URL right now. All right, some random ass titles to talk about. Night of the Assassin is coming on August 8th from Well Go USA.
What the hell is this?
It's a film that says after a deadly heart condition surfaces, Doddson's most lethal assassin puts his violent career aside and hides out while he searches for a cure.
Ah, one of those. Okay, I can get behind it.
Kino is putting out Suspect Zero from 2004 out on 4K. This is Aaron Eckhart, Ben Kingsley, and Carrie-Anne Moss film. This was directed by E. Elias Marige, who did Shadow of the Vampire.
Well, we like Shadow of the Vampire. I slurred that. Shadow of the Vampire.
Ronnie said Paramount for sure. And then Sibner says,
yes,
Paramount will, not Parent Mount.
Whoa, you took it in the direction I was not intending. I was just going with the mount pun, but I guess, well, that is a parent mount. That would be definitely a fetish.
Carrie Mulligan is predicting a Crossroads 4K from British.
Wow. I'd probably see that.
So Suspect Zero, I remember this being decent. It's been a long time since I've seen it. Wellgo is also releasing Kill Shot from 2023. That's got Rachel Cook and Mark O'Hara in it.
I love those like NRA promotional poster poses.
It's a Christmas card from certain senators.
I know, it's like, yeah, right. That's what they look like.
Speaking of the NRA, on September 5th, Decal is releasing God is a Bullet from 2023. This is the Micah Monroe and Jamie Foxx film. This is actually supposed to be pretty good. I've not seen this, but I've heard it's great. This says, when Detective Bob Hightower finds his ex-wife murdered and daughter kidnapped by a satanic cult. So first off, that's a great premise already. He quits the police force, gets tattoos, and infiltrates the cult to hunt down the charismatic cult leader, Cyrus, with the help of the cult's only female escapee, Case Harden. Bob is led down the rabbit hole to save his daughter while Case seizes the opportunity to claim back her power.
You know, that's not dissimilar to the plot of Champagne and Bullets, minus the tattoos.
That's the only thing.
I love that sentence. He quits the police force, gets tattoos.
What a rebel.
And then infiltrates the cult. Because that's how to do it. All you need is some tattoos.
Next up, Yogi Berra, It Ain't Over is coming very soon, July 23rd. This is coming to Sony Pictures Classics. It sounds pretty damn good. Yogi Berra's got a pretty good story here, and his granddaughter, Lindsay Berra, tells his story along with his sons, former Yankee teammates, players he managed, writers, broadcasters, and admirers like Billy Crystal, plus photos and footage on and off the diamond. Yeah, this looks fun.
Well, I'm no baseball fan, but certainly Berra-isms are a font of wisdom, and Yogi Berra, kind of in his own way, is a paragon of a particularly American kind of wisdom, and I'd be very interested in seeing this because certainly his story is as an individual human being is really fantastic. Yeah.
Well, when you come to a fork in the road, you take it. Next up, July 18th from Magnolia, Little Richard, I Am Everything is getting released. No special features on this at all.
Wait, is this documentary or dramatization?
I believe it's a dramatization.
Well, I don't know about that.
But I may be wrong. I've not seen this yet.
Well, certainly that pull quote there is correct, right? Influence on everyone from Elvis Presley and Jimi Hendrix to Bad Brains and Harry Styles. That's true. I mean, Little Richard deserves so much more credit than he gets. And man, all right, this is apropos of nothing. But you know, Little Richard's gospel music is amazing. You can pick up compilations of his gospel music. I'm not a churched person.
Gospelizer.
Yeah. But no, it's incredible. And I would recommend anybody check it out. It's just, especially in context with his like early rock and roll music, it really deepens your appreciation of him as an artist. Yeah. I discovered it after some NPR Fresh Air interview a decade or so ago, but it's incredible.
Nice.
Yeah, he was great.
August 21st, Cape Light is releasing Bloodsport on 4K again, this time in the UK. So if you did not buy that German release because you wanted to be able to actually read the booklet, you can get 2 different media book options or a steelbook option, and these will all be available in the UK, and most likely Orbit and Diabolic will get some of these. This looks like a nice release, and obviously the scan on the original one was great. It's going to be the same scan. You got special features all on here. This will be solid, and who knows if this will come to the US ever. So this might be the time to get it.
There's no question that Bloodsport is one of the greatest action movies of all time and must be part of any serious collector's shelves. So take care of it. Take care of the situation, people.
Like I mentioned, I put up an interview with Ross from Saturn's Court. Give it a watch. The next one, September 12th, Kino is releasing The Beast from 1988. This is directed by Kevin Reynolds, who did one of the greatest films of all time, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. This was released previously on imprint, and Kino did everything they could to botch this release, and it has no special features. Why? Why no special features?
Well, I got to tell you, with all the phallic imagery we've been discussing tonight, the cover of The Beast has probably
one of them.
the most. I'm glad that it's coming near the end because.
Is it though?
Oh shit!
It's coming near the end. I mean, that was you
got me.
That was a phrase.
Well, I know if people listen on the podcast, just let me describe it to you. A soldier is standing alone over the text "The Beast," and behind him looms a tank with the biggest turret gun barrel you've ever seen coming straight out right at your face, and you better hope he doesn't erupt.
Oh man, that's
you see, I'd be great at writing novelizations.
Novelizations for two Eloy de la Iglesia homosexual films. Now I've got a whole new angle. I don't need to know about the angle.
He said.
The angle of the dingle. Speaking of, Kino is releasing Brokeback Mountain on 4K soon. New HDR Dolby Vision Master. No idea on a release date, but god dang, this is a massive title for them.
All right, look. I read the story. Great. The film, it's important. I know that it made a difference for a lot of people. Ang Lee, great director. But what pisses me off is the way everybody talked about how brave. I think I've talked about this on the show before, but it's worth saying again. How brave Jake Gyllenhaal and Heath Ledger were for playing homosexual characters. How brave. They kiss each other and they pretend to be gay. How brave. Bullshit, how about how brave all of the gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, non-binary actors for the past 125 years have been playing cishet characters. Those people are brave. for Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal to pretend to be gay in this movie in 2005, I just don't think is brave. I'm glad the movie exists, and it's not a bad movie, and don't take my rant as a criticism of the movie, because obviously the mainstream lags behind everybody else. But it's not brave for heterosexual people to play gay characters.
I think the subject matter of the film was more brave than them portraying it, for sure.
I don't.
And even then, I'm not saying that it was necessarily brave, but it was more brave than the portrayal. I think, especially the fact that it was the urban cowboy type of portrayal, because that, I guarantee you, stung a lot of people that did not pay attention to Siskel and Ebert in 2005 and grabbed a Blockbuster cover off the shelf and took it home and then said, "What the fuck?" Sure.
Like, and all that's true, right? For a major studio with big stars, it was a risk. And when I first began teaching 17 years ago, I had a student who wrote an essay about how he got into a physical altercation with his dad because he went to see Brokeback Mountain and his dad like flipped out, right? And that became like a huge thing in his life, and helped him kind of break away from the particular toxicity of the man he was being raised to be. So I'm 100% in favor of Brokeback Mountain and understand the risks that were being taken by the studio. I just wish more attention was paid to the history of actors, actresses, directors, producers, costume designers, cinematographers, etc., who had to pretend to be cishet. That's all.
That's cinema.
Yeah, and I see some people in the comments with differing perspectives, and cool. I accept that I might be off base, but I've definitely heard people like talk about how brave the actors were, and I'm just like, ah.
Well, also, that was definitely a media push at the time to call the portrayals brave.
Sure, it was part of the manipulation of it, and
right,
and fine. I just want more attention for the Rock Hudsons of the world.
Of course, and either way, I'll go back to what I said at the beginning. Holy crap! How did Kino get this title?
Oh, was it Kino? Whoa,
Kino.
My bad. I buried the.
Like that. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Well, everybody should see it. If you haven't seen Brokeback Mountain, please do it.
Oh, and this will look luscious in 4K. This will look great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great. Ang Lee is a fantastic director. These are both great actors. Rest in peace, Heath Ledger. Read the story. I don't mean to take away from Brokeback Mountain. Definitely see the documentary The Celluloid Closet, and somebody needs to make a follow-up because there's a lot of updating to do.
Just a little bit, yeah. Next, we go to Australia, and in September, Umbrella is releasing the Pusher trilogy from a little-known director named Nicholas Winding Refn. I've never seen any of these movies. I don't know how. They just never came across my desk. And, yeah. Have you seen any of these?
No.
That somehow does not surprise me.
I will.
All right. Next, okay, I'll go into some of the details, of course. Pusher is the story of a small-time drug dealer named Frank, who, after having a heroin deal go wrong, finds himself in massive debt to drug baron Milo. The pressure mounts on Frank as he attempts to repay Milo. This is going to have a 48-page bound book, a collection of behind-the-scenes experiences and art, custom designed outer rigid slipcase, 8 poster cards, 2 reversible posters, limited edition numbered release. And you're going to have all kinds of special features on these. You've got archival commentaries with Refn himself, making of featurettes, Bollywood remake trailers, and selected clips for that first one. And then a new video essay by Howard S. Berger on each of the films. And yeah, should be a solid release if you've never seen these. Brian says the first 2 are the best. Nice. Next up from Umbrella, Hercules Returns from 1993, and they are going all out for this. Worldwide premiere of Umbrella's restoration from the 35mm materials, and only available from the Umbrella web store. This will include a 48-page bound book, collection of behind-the-scenes experiences and art, custom-designed outer rigid slipcase, custom-designed slipcase, 8 art cards, reversible poster, limited edition numbered release, new audio commentary with the cast and crew, includes an English dub of the original Italian film, Samson and His Mighty Challenge in SD. Ooh. There is a Hercules rap film clip, and then an extended trailer.
I am a sucker for this kind of stuff. Speaking of homoerotic entertainment, so this is a peplum, right? Yeah, of course, right? Yeah, I like it already. I'm excited to see it. I don't know anything about it. Wait, the most outrageous comedy in 5,000 years. When did this come out? Oh, this is 1993. Okay,
this is an Australian comedy film.
Oh. All right. Well, I'll see it anyway. See, this is what happens when I try to read this stuff with I need bifocal contacts.
And as you're commenting in the chat as well.
Well, I'm trying to respond to our fans. Our colleagues.
These are your fans, my friend. You are the one that they call Will the Thrill Dodson.
I have never heard anyone call me that.
Baloney. I've sent you the pictures.
Oh, you have?
I have.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Hold on. So is this like so this is an informed by Peplum kind of tribute to Peplum? Is that what I'm saying? Is this a Peplum tribute? Do we have Peplum and Pepard in the same month?
Hercules Returns, the story of Brad McBain, a frustrated employee of Australia's largest cinema chain.
You don't have to do that again.
I didn't read it once. Brad decides to quit his job and sets about reopening the Picture Palace, a disused cinema in the Melbourne suburb of St Kilda, to show classic old films. An act of the sabotage on the opening night sees their first film, the 1964 Italian film Samson and His Mighty Challenge, swapped out for a non-subtitled print. As a desperate measure, Brad rallies his projectionist Sprocket and his publicist Lisa to improvise voiceovers for the entire film with hilarious results to avert disaster.
So this is kind of a Peplum tribute. Maybe.
It seems like it, yes. If Tony were still here, he would probably be singing its praise. He commented saying it's one of the greatest comedies, and he can't wait to get this.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it for me then. So it's a wraparound film with a redub of the Samson film?
Done in a comedic way is what it sounds like, yes.
Oh, shit. That's going to be dope.
You have been a roller coaster of emotions on this announcement.
I felt that way.
Good. Moving on, we had some Radiance announcements this week.
Oh, yeah.
We are getting the horrible Dr. Hitchcock from 1962. This has Barbara Steele in it. This is done by Ernesto Gastaldi. This is coming out in the UK only on October 23rd. New 2023 2K restoration of the film from the original NEG, presented in 3 versions. You get the 87-minute export version. You've got on disc 2, this is exclusive to the limited edition, will not be on the standard edition. This will have the reordered 76-minute North American version. and then the English dub of the complete 87-minute Italian cut. So there's 3 different versions across 2 discs when you buy the limited edition. This will have a commentary by Kat Ellinger and Annie Rose Malamet, new interview with the screenwriter Ernesto Gastaldi, visual essay on Bluebeard in Gothic films by Miranda Corcoran, new interview with Madeline Dispenser on necrophilia and taboo Gothic, and then a limited edition booklet with new writing by Chris Fujiwara on the film, an archival piece by Alan Y. Upchurch, Tim Lucas, and Luigi Boscano on the making of the film.
Wow. Yeah,
this is not being carried by Diabolic in the U.S., and usually when that happens, that's because somebody else is probably releasing it in the U.S.
Oh, okay. So now it's an issue of extra features.
Correct. They always got to do that to you.
This is like the Song of Solomon or something. Wait, no, the Song of Solomon is like erotic. What am I talking about? The baby. Where's that from? You know what I'm talking about.
Which baby?
You know when Solomon had the 2 ladies fighting over the baby? And he was like chop the baby in half.
I've tried repressing all of my religious knowledge.
Oh, I want to talk to you about this stuff. Okay, so all right, for the heathens out there, Solomon had this baby, and these 2 women were fighting over who was the mom. And he was like, well, okay, chop it in half, and then you can each have half the baby. And one of the women was like, no, give it to the other one. And Solomon was like, you're the mom. Because only the mom would be like, don't chop the baby in half. The other one is like, yeah, go ahead. And so that's where we are with the horrible Dr. Hitchcock. We've got extra features that may differ from a potential future release that we're not aware of. And so you have to kind of decide, like, are you going to go ahead and pre-order this, or are you going to wait and see? It's a difficult decision.
Time will tell. On another Radiance release, we are getting Visible Secret. This is from 2001. This is coming in the UK on October 23rd and the US and Canada on October 24th. An important note, this is a strictly limited release. This is only coming as a 2,000 single press agreement. So if you want this, you're probably going to have to get this one early. So not sure why they can only do 2,000, especially considering it's across 3 different countries. That seems like a very low print run.
Well, I guess the visible secret is that they don't think that many people want
it. This film does look great, though, and I really love the artwork on this. It sounds really great. The director, well, first off, this says, spirits lurk everywhere in Anne Hui's horror comedy Visible Secret. Instantly infatuated by enigmatic amnesiac June, who is also an actor in Millennium Mambo, who has the ability to see spirits, Peter is swept into a world where he has 1 foot in the past, 1 in the present, and somehow has to figure out which is which. This is shot by Arthur Wong, who did The 36th Chamber of Shaolin and Iron Monkey. Visible Secret is a slick and sexy horror comedy that reflects the region's contemporary millennium-era moment in its vivid depiction of young people stranded in history, trying to get a handle on both the world around them and each other as they navigate life, love, identity, and family.
This sounds good, and I'm interested, but we all have 1 foot in the past and 1 foot in the present. That's like life.
Well, I won't say we all do. A lot of people are only looking forward. And a lot of people are also only looking backward.
Well, that's probably me.
This one, special features. We got a new conversation between Anne Hui and Ken Smith, who is not from the NYAFF director. He is actually from Hong Kong. I think it's Hong Kong Cinema Society, something like that. That's a mistake there. New visual essay by Alexandra Heller Nicholas on here. an archival making of, reversible sleeve, limited edition booklet with new writing on the film by, let's see, Gary Bettinson. Lots of good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of good stuff.
Of course, now that it's been written, it's in the past.
Radiance also announced that they've got a new...
but you read it in the present, or you will read it in the future. They haven't even
by the time you read it, then it's in the past.
Shit, man, I don't even know.
Oh, this sounds like a conversation for somebody who's high. Radiance announced that they have a new partner label coming. You can already order a mystery Italian horror title from 1972 that is being released by this mystery label. That is coming in October. No idea what it is, but somehow we have a list of features. Some of the people were suggesting, hey, maybe this is Cauldron teaming up with Radiance for the UK. And this 1972 release could be Frankenstein 80 because that was released in 72. Oh. But I doubt Radiance would do brand new special features for that, for a partner label release. Usually it's the exact same disc, and these features do not line up with that.
Yeah. What could it be?
It's a good question.
Really, the only question.
Literally. They also started selling a Messiah of Evil t-shirt. That looks really cool.
Oh, that is cool. Ooh, I want that. I'm going to look into that. I can wear that to work and not get in trouble.
Well, let's keep going because we still have quite a lot left.
Are you serious?
We're nowhere near close, dude.
God, this is supposed to be we agreed that this will be a shorter show.
We haven't even touched Shout Factory yet.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it's my fault. I've been interjecting quite a bit.
We're supposed to interject.
Oh, hey, this is the tumor throw-up guy.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Visual Vengeance Video is also releasing Replicator that was directed by Brett McCormick, who also did The Abomination. This is coming on the same day, September 29th. This will have a new SD master from the original tapes, audio commentaries galore, archival making of featurettes and interviews, new featurettes and interviews, and it's also coming with X-ray glasses.
Whoa. Go back to the description, dude. This is a must-have.
It does sound great. It says, from Brett McCormick comes one of the most screwball, brain-melting late 90s direct-to-video entries ever made. At a top-secret military facility, a group of scientists and army brass work on the Replicator project, which quickly goes awry when it turns all the male soldiers into gorgeous, scantily clad nymphets, who then morph into alligators when they reach the peak of sexual excitement. Starring Gunnar Hansen from Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Brink Stevens, Replicator enjoys its first ever release on Blu-ray with new interviews and insights from the cast and creators.
Oh, I'm pulling up a link. Who's selling this?
Visual Vengeance Video.
Wait. Are they controversial?
No.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Diabolic's got it. Thanks, Diabolic.
Dude is asking if I skipped the Synapse sale. Do you mean the one at Oldies? I think we talked about that last week.
I've already got almost everything. So
we don't need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Did we talk about the Pulse video campaign? No, that is like the last thing tonight.
Oh. Edging me.
On the Pulse.
Wait, is that what that means? I'm not exactly sure what edging means.
You don't want to know.
Is that like prolonging it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you're edging me.
Camp Arrow Video is having their sale. Arrow is having their Camp Arrow video sale. That is happening now until July 31st. As usual, prices aren't the absolute best. There are some stuff that is on sale for the first time, and you should definitely look at it. But yeah, lots of sales right now, and Arrow seems to always have a sale. The big thing that I did want to point out, supposedly Barnes & Noble just chose not to do an Arrow video sale this year. They had the opportunity and passed. so their stuff is not up for sale on Barnes & Noble at the time. Mary is saying, is it me or is Ryan out of sync? I was uploading stuff tonight and it messed up everything. I apologize. That's all long gone. I thought it was fixed, but I guess not. I'm sorry.
I'm in sync though. Give me the baby back ribs.
And I guess that's what matters. Next up,
very specific joke.
Scream Factory titles. They are releasing My Bloody Valentine on 4K. The uncut version is coming in 4K, and that is it. You don't get the theatrical version in 4K. This is like the opposite problem of what people complained about for Nightbreed.
That's funny.
So, My Bloody Valentine. You've never talked about this with me. How do you feel about My Bloody Valentine?
I like it. I actually really like the remake with Jensen Ackles, the 3D.
It's great, yeah.
I think it's one of the really good 3D movies, but that's neither here nor there because it's not. It's in name only remake. You know, this is the reason that there's this uncut version is because there are a couple moments that are particularly brutal. It's got all the cheesiness of your run-of-the-mill slasher movies with some particularly brutal violence, and it's nowhere near like my top echelon of slasher movies, but I like the film. And it's important, you know, in Canadian film history as one of the seminal slashers of the early days, 81. So yeah, I mean, if you've never seen it before, this would probably be the best way to see it. I already have the Blu-ray edition with the standard and uncut. I don't know that I would necessarily want to upgrade, but if I didn't have it, I would probably go ahead and get this.
I love this movie, and it's going to look great in 4K.
Yeah,
this is great.
Yeah,
but they also announced some bundles.
What?
As usual, if you order from Shout Factory, you can get an exclusive rolled poster, of course, a retro prism sticker, and a limited edition enamel pin set in this heart carrying case, which I gotta admit is kind of cute that they did that.
$139 though?
Hold on. That is $100 to get the sticker and the pin set. If you want to go all the way for My Bloody Valentine, you can get this bundle, which includes a limited edition lobby card set.
Here come the lobby cards. How you doing?
And it's $140.
That's
$140. $40 lobby cards are back on the menu, boys.
I'm telling you what, that's your new pop punk Christian band name. $40 lobby cards. Now touring with the Throwdown.
So I know that we've ranted on this before like crazy, but what in the absolute hell? I understand that pricing has been a discussion piece recently. I want to point out this release of My Bloody Valentine on 4K with the set of enamel pins and lobby cards is $140 when everybody was complaining that Severin was releasing Fulci's The Psychic for $55. I'm not saying Severin wasn't expensive, but this is exorbitantly expensive.
That's $8 a card.
Right?
I double checked my math on that one. I just want to make that clear.
This is shockingly expensive. And the worst part is they are freaking selling out. How are they selling 500 bundles of My Bloody Valentine lobby cards? You
can't blame them for that. I have to admit, I really want that heart box, even though I don't need it. You know, if people buy them, that's the market, right?
Sure. But there's a point where it gets to be embarrassing how much you're taking advantage of people.
Oh, I'm irritated too.
I will absolutely stand up for Severin releases when this is happening. I don't understand how somebody could look at this and not raise a much bigger stink than Severin stuff. The Severin releases, in my opinion, they're pricey, but like the Henenlotter media book was $49, and it was a 4K release of a film that got a crappy Blu-ray that is going to have like a 90-page book or whatever in it with it. So much better. What's that?
You know who buys these? Francis Buxton. Francis Buxton buys these lobby cards. This is not our people, you know. And let them subsidize our hobby. That's what I say.
Sure, but that is going to raise the prices on everything else. I don't know if I've just not been paying attention, but the Shout Factory listing for 4K prices on their site right now are shocking. You can get like $45 for a regular slipcase 4K release from Scream Factory. $45
for
a Scream Factory thing with no new features? Come on.
And don't get me started on the exclusives, the Abraxas and Revenge of the Cheerleaders and all those movies that are $37 with not even a new scan.
Yeah.
It's upsetting. It's sad.
It is so embarrassing. I don't understand it. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why. Obviously, if people are buying it, I can't really be upset at them. But at the same time, dude, this is bad. Obviously, like Vinegar Syndrome 4Ks and Severin 4Ks, Synapse Blu-ray Steelbooks, $50 is a lot for stuff. I could not agree more. However,
there are smaller companies that have, a different kind of financial situation, and Scream Factory is kind of, it's hard to say they're not gouging, right?
I mean, $40 lobby cards. What else would it be?
I'm telling you, man, that's a band right there. They're touring. They're touring with Five Finger Death Punch. Is that the name of the band?
It is.
Hey, sweet. Now, I remember. I'm with it. I'm a hip dude.
What's hilarious is I'm railing against them right now. I completely get that. However, this is like one of the best months from Scream Factory in a long time. So,
oh my gosh, yeah! Wait till you see.
We're going to talk about some of the better stuff in just a moment. They're also releasing Night of the Comet in 4K. There's no new features at the moment. They might add something new. Not really sold on the art on the new commission stuff. They're doing the whole alt slipcover thing for this. If you want the two posters and the two slips, solid movie. How do you feel about Night of the Comet?
Love it. I would definitely pay for some lobby cards. This is you know what? Oh my gosh, you know what they should sell?
Nothing.
No. You know what would be a great premium is like a cameo message from Kelly Maroney. Like if you buy this for $49.99, you can get a 30-second cameo message from Kelly Maroney. That'd be cool. I'd pay for that.
The logistics behind that would be so rough.
She'd do it. She's great.
Oh no, I know she would, but getting oh my god.
Oh, there'd have to be rules, for the sickos.
Okay, so to make this worse, lobby cards for My Bloody Valentine were $40. A cameo from Kelly Maroney is only $15 more. $55 right now. Literally.
Wait, did you just look her up?
I did. And just to show, legitimately, $55 on cameo right now.
Oh, man.
That's not that bad.
Yeah.
Compared to $40 lobby cards, that's a steal.
Oh, yeah. I would much rather have a cameo from Kelly Maroney.
In a heartbeat. Oh, man. What is up with Scream Factory?
Hey, if any boutiques are listening, I hope I gave you a great idea.
Oh, man. That would be a crazy bundle option. All right. Next up. They're putting out Natural Born Killers on 4K on the Shout Select line. This is a good choice. I'm glad this is coming out. People have been asking, is it the director's cut? On the website, it's got 2 runtimes listed, so I'm assuming they've got both cuts of the film. Not entirely sure what the details on that are, and this does say, even though it's super blurry, it does say 2 or 3 disc set. So then the worry would be, are they both going to be coming on the UHD, or is there going to be a 4K and a Blu-ray disc where you're only getting one cut on 4K and there are other on Blu-ray?
Whole world's coming to an end, Mal. Love Natural Born Killers.
I need to rewatch it.
That was my I had some problematic first dates. My very first date, in which both of our parents dropped us off at the mall. You know what I mean? Like, it was one of those. My very first date was to take a girl to see Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, which, as we know, has not aged well. My very second date, the first date where I drove, I decided to take my date to see Natural Born Killers. And it was the same girl, like a year later. The first one didn't go that well, but like then her life didn't work out, so she went out with me again. And I was like, hey, let's go see Natural Born Killers. It did not make her feel romantic, although like I feel like it should have.
Similar has a good question. Special features are still pending, but it's coming out in September. This is one of the things that I don't really
transition.
I had to. There was no real easy way. This is one of the things I've never understood about Shout Factory. Like, they know what they're going to have access to already. And the only reason I can confirm that, the reason I'm out of sync tonight is because I was uploading special features for one of the Shout Factory discs that were announced this month. I was completing it tonight.
Yeah, Ryan designed the lobby cards for My Bloody Valentine.
So I could come on here and rant about them. God, no. I don't understand it, because one of the films that they've got coming out, they know what they have licensed. They know what was able to be completed. What? I mean, if somebody else is releasing what if the UK gets announced Natural Born Killers tomorrow? Arrow announces it, some surprise announcement, and you want to choose between the two, you can't even compare Shout Factories because you won't know the features until 4 days before it ships. Mm-hmm. What's the point? Makes no sense to me. Wave wants to shout out, Arrow Films in the UK put up some copies of the Enter the Video Store box set if you need it. It'll be Region B, but worth importing because it's sold out everywhere. Okay. Good shout. Good shout. Next up, The Lost City of Zed is coming out on September 19th on 4K from Shout Factory. This is from 2016. Somehow, I've never seen this, even though I like a lot of people in this movie, and I've heard it's pretty good. Have you seen this one?
Nope.
All right. I'm honestly kind of surprised Shout Factory got this. This is one of those films that's probably going to piss people off because this is going to get released and be $34 on release. You could buy this at Dollar Tree literally like today, probably. This has been a very cheap title on Blu-ray. So is it worth the $30 upgrade to 4K? Probably not. My Demon Lover from 1987 is coming from Scream Factory. Extras in progress. What?
This one is. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
This one is what?
This one is worth it.
Oh. I've heard nothing but terrible things about this movie.
What? You've never seen My Demon Lover with Scott Valentine?
No. God, no.
What do you mean, God, no?
I've never seen it.
Scott Valentine was poised to be the next heartthrob of the late 80s. And the failure of his stardom is a Hollywood tragedy. Hollywood tragedy. I said it again because there was a long pause, and I'm cognizant of the podcast listeners. My Demon Lover, I know for sure, has so many strange and interesting people excited. They might not be listening tonight, but I'm telling you, My Demon Lover is going to sell the shit out. Yes, it is Nick from Family Ties. Scott Valentine, the most porno-y named actor in the history of Hollywood. My Demon Lover is a cinematic classic. It has the romantic subtlety of a Truffaut film combined with the comedic pratfalls of a all right, it's not a very good movie. It's not. But you know what? It is definitely worth a watch. I'm not saying you need to buy it, but if you haven't seen My Demon Lover, you should probably check it out. It's a lot of fun.
I'm glad it's a lot of fun. I did want to point out, Sibiner says, I saw one post that showed Jennifer 8 with the releases, and they announced it a while ago. That one, like, no need to beat around the bush. Dawn of the Disc posted that it was coming. It is likely delayed until October. Scream Factory never technically released it. It leaked, never announced it. It leaked a long time ago as coming, I believe, through like a Best Buy link leak. But now it looks like it's finally coming, and that's been a couple of years that was originally leaked.
Okay, I got to tell the truth. It's not good.
Tell us why it's not good.
The direction, the cinematography, the acting, the writing.
Just some small parts of the film.
But, conceptually, it's, yeah.
So the next movie, Scream Factory is also releasing The Pack from 1977. This is coming on September 12th. This one is a pretty enjoyable movie.
Absolutely. The problem with Cujo
is it came after The Pack?
Well, it was just one damn dog. Yeah. You know what's scarier than one dog? A fucking pack.
And it's so scary they named the movie after it.
That's right.
There's a couple actually really crazy scenes in this, like the whole the car scene that basically.
Yeah, The Pack is good.
It's a good movie.
Joe Don Baker, man.
Love the ending iconic. I'm finally able to pet the dog, and they freeze frame on it.
Listen, if y'all, I know I was lying about My Demon Lover, so believe me now, The Pack is worth a watch.
It really is.
Mitchell.
Next up,
our 1133 made the same joke. I'm sorry. That's funny. Okay.
I am really stoked on this one, although this thing looks pricey. Irwin Allen, the Master of Disaster Collection, is giving us 7 films, including both television and theatrical films from the director, writer, producer Irwin Allen, the master of the disaster film. This is going to include Flood from 1976, Fire from 77, Hanging by a Thread from 79, Beyond the Poseidon Adventure from 79, When Time Ran Out from 1980, The Night the Bridge Fell Down from 1980, and Cave In from 1983. There are going to be some extras, it looks like. They'll announce those later, of course. But right now, you can order this from their site for like $125.
Wow.
For 7 disaster films.
That would be a disaster for my bank account.
It's so much money. Like, again, I don't want to just... Go ahead.
The 8th film is called Impulse.
Oh, okay. So I'm sorry. Their site, it's $104. Amazon had it at $125, but still, $104 for 7 of these films seems a little crazy.
I don't understand that kind of pricing. Like, why not just say $99.99? Like, psychologically, we know that that is more appealing than 104.
It's literally 103.99. Who is that appealing to?
Not me.
And I would love to own this, but now,
yeah,
it'll be a long time before I do.
103.99. That's yeah,
We're in crazy times, says Sibner.
crazy times.
All right, we only got like 30 announcements left, so let's get through these.
What?
September 19th, Shout Factory is releasing Lost Souls from 2000. This is going to have a few a few features that are already listed for this one. Audio commentary with the director and the DP Mauro Fiore, deleted scene with optional commentary in a trailer, but then they say the final transfer specs will be confirmed at a later date. You don't know what transfer you're releasing in 2 months? You don't know what you've licensed?
Well, I can tell you what film they've licensed. And I'd rather get my Demon Lover.
Oh, man. Like, this is crazy to me. I don't get it.
Well, I'll just go ahead and tell our viewers. Those who have seen it already know. Those who haven't seen it, move on.
All right. Next, Shout Factory is also releasing What's Love Got to Do With It on September 19th. This is a 2022 film with Lily James and Emma Thompson. Behind the scenes featurette is on there. Next up.
We're not even going to discuss it.
OCN was the highlight of a high-def digest article this morning. They released this, and it says a few things that I wanted to highlight. The first big highlight is the news that Art Label, which is going to be ran by Warren Jean, formerly of Culture Shock Releasing, will be joining OCN. So you can see there's no bad blood there. Okay. As the name implies, Art Label aims to expand beyond horror and exploitation titles to encompass rare, obscure, and well-known art house titles. The next big piece, which is the biggest piece of all of this, IFC Films will be coming on as an OCN partner label. That's a massive company to be a partner label with OCN.
That's what does that mean? What are we?
First off, it says this means, literally it says that, this means back catalog titles that were only issued on DVD may see their Blu-ray debuts and even 4K UHD upgrades as new titles continue to reach physical media.
What does IFC even have? Oh, do they have the Dow of Steve? What do they have?
They have all kinds of stuff.
Can I find out if I Google?
Yes.
IFC Films. Oh, yeah, they do. It comes right up. Oh. Well, I've got it. Oh, they've got some John Sayles movies.
They've got a bunch of stuff with IFC.
I don't care. John Sayles.
So to expand on that, collectors should see the first releases from Art Label and IFC Films arrive in December. The IFC Films release is directed by Alex Ross Perry, as they indicated in the article. And that clue, meaning, and they also said that it's from 2015. It is probably Queen of Earth, starring Elizabeth Moss. That will be their first title. Beyond that, they say that the current lineup will continue regular releases, including the first 4K disc coming from Canadian International Pictures soon, and Decanalog is releasing a 3D Blu-ray soon, which is cool. Further, they went into a little bit of detail and stated that from September to December, there will be an average of 15 partner releases per month.
Okay, they've got tons of Guy Madden and John Sayles movies. Oh, I'm so happy right now. Is this going to happen?
This is a big deal. IFC Films is a huge catalog.
Oh my gosh.
Tony's back. Hey, we already talked about the Umbrella release. Can you tell Will your details on that Hercules release? Because I know that you commented on it.
Oh, please do, because I'm kind of excited about it, and I'm also excited to discover that IFC has the documentary Nick Nolte No Exit.
You are so excited.
4K, baby.
I love it.
R1133 asks if they have Liana. No.
That is Ronnie, by the way. When you see that name, you can say Ronnie.
Well, you want me to say Ronnie? You have the Ronnie. I go with the name that
I'm trying to help you.
Well,
okay.
Casa de los Babies and oh man, some of the lesser known, and Return of the Secaucus 7, his first film. Okay,
we're almost 4 hours into this.
I'm kind of like, okay, we talked earlier about the competition and multiple releases, but now I'm kind of bummed because I just got the first volume of the Neo Noir set. That was that Imprint.
Yep, and now Kino's releasing all of them singularly.
Well, and One False Move on 4K.
Yep,
just got on. So already 2 of the films from the first set are. So now I'm kind of like, well, what's going to happen with the second set? All right, well, go on. Let's talk about it.
Well, they're likely going to come out. I mean, what it looks like is Imprint is almost like a testing ground to make sure that the releases are viable. They sell well, and Kino scoops them up and puts them out.
Well, this is a good movie. People should see it. So,
September 12th, After Dark, My Sweet from 1990. Bruce Dern, Jason Patric, Rachel Ward. Good, solid movie. We got an audio commentary by James Foley, the director. We got an interview with Jason Patric, interview with Bruce Dern, trailer, slip, all that normal stuff. Looks like a good release.
Yeah.
And it'll be the exact same transfer as was on the Imprint disc. Master Gardener, the Paul Schrader trilogy ender with Joel Edgerton and Sigourney Weaver, will be released on September 5th. Yeah.
Well, the best way to stop being a Nazi is to become a florist.
And if you become really good with water and somebody commits arson, then you could put out florist fires. I almost ruined that joke.
This might be a good double feature with American History X.
Tony says Hercules Returns is basically about a film fanatic who buys a cinema and wants to screen the last movie they showed, Hercules, but they have the Italian version with no subs.
So this is a tribute to Peplum with like a comedic overdub of the Samson movie, right? That's my question. I'm interested in Master Gardener. I listened to an interview with Sigourney Weaver on Fresh Air. Oh, cool. Fresh Air on NPR, and it really got me interested. And of course, I'm in the middle of a Paul Schrader watch through. The film I'm watching next is Cat People. I've been going in order. So Master Gardener is the penult or the goal
finale.
Getting the finale, yeah.
Let's see. Tony says, so the projectionists and the staff make up an improvised voiceover version of the film, such Australian boganism language. It is exactly what you just said, but the bogan Australian dialogue and slang makes it hilarious.
All right, I'm getting it immediately. Thank you.
Next up, Anime Wong in Piccadilly from 1929 is being released from Milestone Films through Kino Lorber on September 26th. And I gotta say, the cover of this is astonishing.
Yeah, it looks like a new movie.
It really does.
I wonder if that's intentional. And then people put it in like, what the fuck? But then again, if anybody who would buy a physical media release is probably not expecting what it looks like. Well, I've talked about being an Anime Wong fan, certainly because of her intersection and long-standing relationship with Todd Browning. But her artistry in her own merit is incredible, and everybody should see every film they can with her in it. So she's the the title star. She's not put in a secondary role.
I believe so.
Great. I haven't seen this. That's a definite. I did not know that. This was a surprise when you pulled it up.
Well, and Anime Wong is great always. Always.
That is true.
And Milestone has been doing incredible work.
Yeah.
All right. Brian says somebody's going to buy this and be bummed it's not modern. Absolutely. Wave says more anime, please.
All right. Before I saw it come across, I just heard anime, and I was like, "Fuck no!" But then anime, and I was like, "Yeah, let's do that."
Yes, maybe I should. Maybe I should inflect that better. Sibner wants to know: are the Warlock films worth having?
Yes. Rest in peace.
Yes. Never mind. I shouldn't make that joke. I don't like that they're making it look like a modern movie, says Ronnie.
Legit.
We got just a couple left, I think. 2 or 3. September 19th, Kino is releasing The Best of Times. We had this announced prior, but now we got a release date. This is the Robin Williams and Kurt Russell film. We got a new audio commentary by the director, Roger Spottiswoode, and screenwriter Ron Shelton on there, plus a couple trailers. Again, I had not seen this before. It came out in 1986. We shall see.
I love Kurt Russell.
Love Robin Williams.
You do?
Oh yeah.
I never could do it.
I was the perfect age for Robin Williams. You're a little older.
Yeah, he's a joke stealer. Which I have to recognize that I was like bending over backwards to justify watching a film directed by Asia Argento. And then I'm like, oh, Robin Williams stole jokes. So I just want the audience to know that I recognize how full I am, like completely. And there's going to be a lot of self-examination after this camera turns off.
And also, Stan Geezy's very excited because Brain Donors is coming out on September 19th. We finally have a release date. This is the 1992 Zucker Brothers film. And we got a new audio commentary by the director Dennis Dugan, moderated by Lee Gambin. Which
you know who else is excited?
Great. Is it Will?
No.
Oh.
Mr. Jeremy Long, that paragon of comedic improvisation.
I'd say that he would be insulted by that, but he'll never see this.
Ouch. I always watch when he's on. Well, you know, this is a DC Nerds, right? Yeah, I've made some bizarre choices tonight as far as the battles I've chosen. Look, Brain Donors is I put that in the same category as The Bodyguards. It's fun. It's dumb. A lot of physical humor, and great cast.
You know what I'm stoked on? This got a 4K scan of the OCN. Like,
wow,
that's really surprising.
You know, the Zucker brothers, not all. Well,
it's a big name.
They're fine. Yeah, the Zucker brothers are fine.
All right, my friend.
Come on.
We got a couple things left. An Indiegogo campaign is launching on Monday for a film called The Girls. This is a loose idea that was made by director Krista Michaels to create a much-needed horror film completely led by trans women. With that, she set out to develop a complete script with the help of an all-trans woman writing team made up of Brandy Byron and Jessica D'Amelio. In addition to an all-trans cast playing the heroes, Luna, Dahlia, Ash, and Pixie, they have a horror icon attached for the lead villain that they have not revealed yet. With plans for exciting cameos from horror's best, special makeup and creature effects will be led by Adam Doherty and his team at Creature Kid. Also, Simon Boswell will be the composer, and you can get on the website now and get notified when this goes live.
Okay.
Next up, speaking of fundraisers.
I got a trans joke.
Uh-oh.
No, as I've mentioned before in the show, you take your face off of this. No, I'm going to tell it. I have a child who identifies as trans, and this was the trans joke that I developed to see if it worked for them, and it is. Can I remember it? What do you call a vampire with gender dysmorphia? You're supposed to say what?
What?
A Transylvanian.
True.
See? That's a good dad joke for my kid. I got to tell you, I improvised that on the way to school one day at like 7:30 in the morning, so we were both half asleep. And I got a pause and then eruptive laughter. And it made me happy. It was a good bonding moment. Because I wanted him to feel like supported and like, but not just supported, but like that it was funny and okay and like normal, you know?
Right.
So
mine, one of my kids, I don't remember which, I think it was Jonah, the older one. He's gotten really into wrestling lately. And I think he was doing like fake announcing or something for that. Like he was announcing a match coming up because we got him a belt. And he said, "Ladies and gentlemen." And I said, "Man, you don't know who's watching. You don't know the gender of all these people." And I said, "Maybe we should say, ladies and gentle them."
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentle them. Yeah. Trans dad jokes. That's where we're at in this stream. 4 hours into it. Now let's talk about some porn. Pulse Video, the OCN partner label, is running a fundraising campaign for many Marilyn Jess items. I can't show a lot of things on here, but they are releasing these two things. The fundraiser closes on July 14th. The link that I've attached to this is very not safe for work. There are boobs everywhere. The films, by the way, are confirmed to be coming to the Vinegar Syndrome adult site when that launches in August. So if you're in the States, the only reason you'd want this is if you really love Marilyn Jess and you want a lot of the stuff that they're releasing with it, which there's some really cool stuff that they're putting out. You can get some stuff related to an exhibition that they did in May, and they've got a brand new Blu-ray with Marilyn Jess, the James Band trilogy. It is 3 naughty parodies from the 80s with 2 exclusive slipcovers to choose from, and that is these 2 slipcovers.
Okay. Well, you know, Marilyn Jess is a very charismatic and charming person, actress. I did see one of the Pulse releases of her early work and was like, yeah, okay. I probably won't fund it.
I get it. And again, it's totally okay. And it looks like they're making these anyways. So it's just to get some of the more limited merch items. If you're not into that, nothing wrong with that. And you're not, you're not funding production of a film or anything like that, but potentially funding, future endeavors that they do.
Well, I certainly like the idea of offering, respect and recognition to performers and to people involved in the industry and to try to destigmatize it, even if I'm not necessarily going to be the audience. So I certainly applaud that. And again, Marilyn Jess is a charismatic and interesting person, and all the best to her.
Question in the chat was, is it 2 Blu-rays and 2 slips or 1 Blu-ray and 2 slips? This is how technology has been treating me today, as I'm probably still out of sync for everybody, and I apologize again. I tried to get the translation from the French site for this done so many times, but every time I hit translate, it would be visible on my screen for about 5 seconds and then disappear. I'm amazed that I got everything in the post that I did. I'm still not sure. I could read the entire site in French. Don't understand French. So see if it works for you when you go to the site that was linked. Now, 4 hours into the show is when we go into talking about what's coming out next week, in case you forgot. After Hours 4K from Criterion. That's a must for a lot of people, especially during this sale. The Burning 4K from Scream Factory. Scream 6 in 4K is finally being released. Nice. Sisu, or Sisu, however you say it. That's a big one. That's coming out next week. Shin Ultraman is getting released next Tuesday. Beau is Afraid is coming out next week, and I see a lot of people skipping that, thinking that A24 is going to release their own 4K. Invaders from Mars 4K from Ignite is getting their wide release. Human Desire from Kino, Film Noir, The Dark Side of Cinema 15 is getting released. The Sisu 4K Steelbook from Lionsgate is coming out next week. McBain from Synapse is finally getting released. I feel like that was announced years ago at this point. Go ahead.
I just ordered McBain and Crocodile and Black Circle from their site, from the website.
Nice.
Yeah.
I did not mean to click that.
Oh.
I've heard that Black Circle is not good. I hope it's good.
I don't care. I'm supporting it. I'm supporting it.
Good.
That's how I feel.
Dude says he got McBain early. Looks great, but crappy extras. Interesting. The Watermelon Woman, that releases next week. That's a big one. Mission Impossible 5 and 6 Steelbooks, of course. Richard Pryor double feature coming from Mill Creek.
Excited about that.
Yeah. I need to get the Bingo Long Traveling All-Stars. I've been wanting to see that for a long time.
Yeah, for sure.
Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret. I need to buy that one. I've heard that one is amazing. Stooge-O-Rama. We talked about this a few months ago. That's getting released next week.
Hey, don't sleep on Netherworld.
I'm gonna sleep on Full Moon. Sorry, Dad.
I totally ordered that from the Full Moon sale.
I was going to talk about the other Full Moon, but hopefully get past that one.
We're definitely talking about the other Full Moon.
Netherworld coming out from Full Moon next week. White Noise and White Noise 2 coming from Mill Creek.
Underrated.
Nothing else there.
Wait, what? First of all, White Noise 2. Let's talk about that for a second.
I've never seen the sequel.
White Noise 2, directed by Patrick Lussier, who did the Dracula 2000 series and Drive Angry, was the editor for Wes Craven for most of his Scream and Forward films. White Noise 2 is dope. Don't sleep on. I don't really care for White Noise 1, but White Noise 2 is worth it to get that set. Now, we're going to talk about Subspecies 5. All right. The first film, and it was for Mother's Day, because my wife's favorite vampire series is Subspecies, and it's also mine. It's one of the things we bonded on when we first started dating almost 15 years ago. And I got to surprise her at the Alamo Drafthouse, Raleigh, with a screening of Subspecies 5 Blood Rise. Never thought I'd see a Full Moon film in a theater, and it was gorgeous. Ted Nicolau, who got his start as an assistant on Texas Chainsaw Massacre, directed many great Full Moon films, including Terror Vision and the complete Subspecies series. This film is fantastic. It's gorgeous. It's a wonderful prequel. See all of the Subspecies films. You won't regret it.
All right. Corsage is coming out next week. That was one that we talked about a couple months ago. Party Girl is getting a standard release because the limited sold out.
Indeed.
Persian Lessons coming from Cohen Media next week. The Novelist film. This is a Cinema Guild release. This is supposed to be really great. And then Pacifiction. Some people are saying this is the best film of the year. I am considering checking that one out soon. And I think that's all of the big ones. Oh, there's the Carmen release that Carey Mulligan was talking about. Oh, Paul Mescal's in that. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to check that one out.
Hold on a second. Can we find out what The Only Way is?
The Only Way.
I'm nervous about it.
It's got Jane Seymour. Let me see. The Only Way. It's a VCI release.
Dr. Quinn, anti-Semitism woman.
VCI release. It's from 1970, and it says a Jewish family tried to escape from Denmark in October of 1943 during the German occupation.
Oh, okay. So the only way does not mean the only way is to be a Nazi.
Correct.
The only way out.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make that clear.
Correct.
Shit. That movie made me nervous.
As I was saying, Paul Mescal was astonishing in After Sun, so I definitely need to check out Carmen. All right. That's it. We were gonna, just going with the innuendos of tonight, finger the pulse of the hobby. But I mean, we're now 4 hours and 6 minutes into this. Is there anything that you want to talk about as a wish list item or check in for the first half of the year? Well, before we call it,
do you want to wait? I feel like tonight I've attracted and alienated most of the audience.
I believe that the first Thursday of every month is going to end up this way much of the time.
I mean, I definitely have a wish list for next year. I'm very hopeful for, and I have been thinking about the state of the hobby. As I mentioned, the potential danger zone for pressing facilities. So I can certainly yammer on about that stuff. What do you think? What do you want to talk about? You know what? Actually, I'm going to cut you off, having asked you to speak. I'm going to cut you off and say, what is this, going into a full year of us knowing each other? 2 years?
August will be the first time that we met. So it's been 11 months.
11 months, like more than a kid, right? Like like this.
Oh, got it. The more than a kid was very confusing there. 11 months, more than a kid. What? this when we tried to sit up and stuff like that.
I can't believe how much has happened in a year. Like you've been doing this show for almost 2 full years, right?
The live show, it's been just about 2 years now, yeah. And I've missed one Thursday in 2 years.
Right. And interviews in general, like when did you start your channel?
April of 2021.
Okay. So 2 and then like a half years.
2 1/4. Yeah.
All right. We've already established I can't do math. But like, look what has happened. Your channel has developed into a fairly large following. You've gotten connected to people in almost every boutique label. And this is happening at the same time that many other channels are who existed previously or have started around the same time or after are developing, and you've been creating a network with so many of them. And I said this early when I was a guest, as a so-called scholar of film studies, this is the next step, right? This sort of integration of fandom and scholarship and journalism and interviews and and uh, you know, I've been in academia for almost 20 years, and I've never met anyone who knows as much and cares as much about cinema. And I'm so grateful to know you and to be a part of your channel. And I know I can't remember who said it, was like, you never know where this is going. This is going into an emotional place. Like, I can't believe how lucky I am to have stumbled across you. And so when we talk about like wish lists for the future, I've certainly got dozens of titles. But the main thing I want to see happen in the next year is just more of this. Where is Disconnected going? What kind of interviews? What kind of new work is going to happen? What kind of collaborations? I'm excited. I'm grateful. I am impressed. Like, what the hell, man? You just started this. There's still 62 people watching. It's almost 2 a.m. How did you do this?
It's pretty crazy. I do. First off, compliments like this make me feel anxious. So I'm probably going to stammer here. But I do want to throw out that you, of all people, know some of the things that are coming. And I'm so stoked to see some of those things play out. And this is, I mean, again, I'm terrible at self-promotion, but this is like the perfect time for a lot of people to get in on some of these ground floor items. My second issue of the Physical Media Advocate, the newsletter that came out, that was, came out last month, and everybody's like, oh my God, we need to print this. That second issue, that's dropping in just over a week. That'll be next weekend. I've got people that are interested in contributing.
Hold on. I just want to add, I offered to contribute to the newsletter, and Ryan was like, actually, I've got a lot. I've got a lot of submissions already, so.
I felt so bad telling you no. You said that. I was like, well, let's wait till month 4 or 5, because the channel gets a lot of will.
Yeah, no problem. I'm okay with not working for free.
Well, the crazy thing is, I emailed some people with the newsletter and said, hey, here's what I'm doing. I'd love to have you be a part of it. And I had people respond with full-blown submissions already done in the email. I'm like, well, that's great. Yeah. So there's a lot coming out. If you want to get in on that newsletter action, obviously Patreon link is in the description below. I'm considering breaking that out into some other thing, but for now, that is behind the Patreon paywall. I don't know what else to do with it. So as it comes out, if you've got more suggestions, please say something. This channel has been incredible. Like I said, coming up, we got an interview with Def Crocodile coming next Monday. Planet Mondo will be hosting Reconnected with me next Thursday. I've got a couple other videos that I've started and stopped a couple times, and I need to finish. That will be up very soon. This community, though, this is what keeps me coming to do this every single Thursday. And I know that it's very cliche to say that, but this is one of the main times that I've been genuine about this ever. The Discord, the people that have joined the Patreon and come to the Discord, like, it is the most positive film community I've seen online anywhere. Literally. There's never been anything that's been like a falling out period or anything like that. Nothing where I've had to put somebody in timeout or anything like that. I mean, it's what they call it on Discord. Anyways, I would love to have everybody in there. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. We got other interviews coming up. Yeah.
I got to say, this is not what we talked about.
Not at all. I was not prepared for this.
Discussing at the end, and I did not intend to fuck with you, but I'm glad I'm glad I did, because I feel like this is what should have happened. What we discussed, just for everybody who's listening, what we discussed maybe, and this was very loose. We discussed, because it's mid-year, It's July, and we talked about maybe a wish list for next year, very loose, a couple titles and state of the hobby and stuff. But in the moment, all I could think about was like, we've been going at this for 4 hours, 15 minutes, and 20 some seconds. And, you know, Showa is only 9 hours. You know, like, holy shit. Every week, every week you do something that is long as the most significant documentary about the Holocaust. And Jesus. And I say that as a compliment because what you're doing is you're bringing people together and you're focusing on, like, somebody could both criticize and compliment the live stream as an infomercial, right? About
Yes.
about like free labor for all these boutique labels, and yet, and that might be true. Like, if you want to look at it that way, that's true. I just want to point out, since Phil and I brought it, I'm not comparing connected to Showa, since their subject matter is very different. I was just talking about the length of the broadcast, and decided to do it in the where you can get it. Anyways, where was it? Oh, yeah. So somebody could say, you could dismiss this as, you're an infomercial for movies that are coming out. But then anybody with a brain can say, you are doing this work of educating and pulling people's attention to these films that are being released that are oftentimes recognized, underappreciated, and you're bringing the spotlight to these boutique labels who obviously appreciate it, as evidenced by their willingness to get, for want of a better word, connected with you. And you did this out of nothing. You did this because you had a camera and a YouTube channel, and it was the pandemic. And that's incredible. And you deserve all the respect in the world. And I say this 100% genuinely, without any jokes about Showa or any other any other thing. It's incredible. It's incredible. You know, like, for me and all the people I know who've spent their lives like kind of getting into academia, right? There's a lot of great things about this particular community, but it's totally isolated from the wider, like, humanity.
Yep.
And one of the reasons I reached out to you, like, I know, like, I promote stuff and whatever, but the reason I reached out to you was not for me, because no matter how many books anybody buys, I'm not going to make any money. The reason I reached out was because I want to be. I think academics need to be part of the community,
of course, yeah,
and to stop and to eliminate any kind of division or you know, when you put doctor in front of my name, I flatter myself into thinking that it's part of the funny, you know. Yeah, it's all about bringing together all these different perspectives and backgrounds and histories and tastes and stuff. And I love being on your show, but I love watching it. Like, all the guests that you have, all the interviews, the people that come on, but mostly you. Like, you know so much about movies, and you know, you're a great family man, and you're so open and honest about who you are and what you do, and I just love it. So on behalf of everybody out there, I just want to say thanks for doing this. Thanks for being who you are.
I appreciate that. And I'm going to end on this next note, and it's going to sound like I'm fishing for last minute compliments. I am not. I was not going to say anything, but it's too funny not to share now. You probably would have made me, like, almost as forcefully as you could, keep this to like an hour show, if had any show at all, if I'd told you this. I actually had a surgery today, and I still did this for 4.5
Holy shit! You okay?
I'm fine. Yeah. Yeah. It's hilarious. Anyways, I appreciate you all. I am here. I'm dedicated. I appreciate everything that this community has done. And next Thursday, we'll be back doing it all again with no surgery. See you then.